Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book. You know what time it is? We're giving you guys a super panel today talking about Ready to Love episode 4. It's been a madness this episode, hasn't it? We had Tyrone calling I guess Kerry aggressive. I'm not sure if he actually meant the word aggressive. I think he might have meant maybe she was a bit too forward, maybe she was a bit too assertive, but aggressive is a very long stretch and it's a very loaded word. So I wasn't very sure about that. Then we had also Corey, and listen, I am all down for Mandem making moves on women. Okay, continue, do it. Okay, we love the confidence. But when Corey's doing it, whenever I watch him, I feel like there is something that's going to go wrong. It's slightly like Troy-esque from last season. And we see Corey kind of making moves on women, and they are seemingly either confused or they're not paying attention, and they're not really in the same moment that he is in. Okay, all right. That's why I'm a little bit concerned by that. All right, cool. Next, obviously, we had Naeem and Zeta. I'm going to say it again. I said this on Maria's Live. Look, I love Zeta. I think she's amazing, and she is buff. Oh, Zeta is, when black women are just, that's Zeta for me, yeah? Body, face, chocolate melanin. But I'm not sure about this whole I get what I want phrase. This whole I get what I want phrase for me is always a little bit of a warning sign for you that whatever goes in a relationship, she's going to want to do it her way, and it's the only way. Can you deal with that? As a man, I'm going to be honest with you, I personally cannot. But when the moment I heard Naeem saying he's willing to bend to make sure that Zeta gets what she wants, I said, you're already falling for the trap. Don't fall for the trap. Let her know that's not going to be it for you. But here's what it is. Okay. Then there was also, we had Mummin and Walter, which I loved seeing them to have a conversation. I love how she brought in the physical touch as well. And then obviously as well, what she did, they had a good conversation about vulnerability, about her dad, his dad. And again, Walter's just doing some great stuff again by leading the conversation and leading the vulnerability aspect. So I appreciate, I appreciate her, I appreciate Walter being the lead on such conversations. It makes certain women, not all, but it makes a lot of women feel easy just being around Walter. We also had the awesome foursome, Camille, Courtney, Corey, and we also had Cornelius. Corey, Cornelius, Camille, and Courtney. Just bare K's and C's up in there. All right, so we had that connection. And you know what? Corey was meant to be doing interference and decided to interfere and get himself on the roster with Courtney. And then we had, obviously, as well, Camille and her Black Widow self doing what Black Widows do, spinning webs so that the prey can't get away. Okay, Cornelius, you are that prey. And if you don't, be careful. If you don't be careful, you're gonna have problems. Okay. And then obviously as well, we had the whole Kerry and Tyrone situation. I already said about that, but I mean, in terms of Kerry being sent home, I was confused as to why Kerry went home. I thought more it would be Tasia would be going home, but Kerry went home instead, which I don't know why that happened. That's probably the voting. Maybe they found Tasia a bit more, Tasia maybe a bit more palatable, maybe more attractive. I'm not sure, but evidently, she got sent home, and I was like, oh, it's a bit of a shame, like it's peak when you see this kind of thing happen. I wanted to see her a little bit longer on the show, Kerry, and to see I was done with her. I was happy for Tasia to go. I was like, Tasia, it's okay if you go. You've done your job, you've come on there, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. All right. But we're here, so I can't really say anything. And I think that was the main kind of couples that were involved today in terms of all the people that were there. I can't think of anybody else. Who else was there? Was anybody else? I can't think of anybody else. To be honest, listen. Look, let's keep it a frank and a buck. Yeah, let's talk some realness before we get panelists on. Yeah, let's talk some realness before panelists come on and stuff. Yeah, I really do think, yeah, that when it comes to the Kerry and Tyrone situation. I was going to release a video, but I don't think I did it justice, so I didn't release the video. But with Tasia and Tyrone, I was hurt for Kerry, but I also understood Tyrone's position. Okay. I think the wording choice is what is a problem for me with Tyrone. Like, if you're gonna say that she was aggressive, you've got to make sure that you have good examples, right? Because being aggressive is very loaded language for Black people, especially, right? Just the word aggressive is a very loaded language for us as Black people, right? If she had said he was aggressive, I'd have been like, but I also had to hold space for him to say that, because when she was in the girls' chat and saying he was moving cold, I was like, moving cold? So, you know, I hear it. I know that maybe the ladies are not too happy about him saying the aggressive thing, and I'm not really impressed with that either. But the same way, I wasn't impressed with when Kerry went to the girls and said he was moving mad cold. When he was trying, I don't know what else. I don't know how else you're gonna say it. I don't like you. It's gonna come out cold. You know, it's gonna come out cold. So, it was just one of those ones where it was like a very difficult situation. I do think more of the truth is the fact that he just didn't know how to handle and let her down gently. I don't think he knows how to do that, and that's to do with, again, social awkwardness. I don't think he knows how to do that. Okay. Not only that, for me, I actually said that Kerry will be going. I said Kerry will be going. I said Kerry will be going. Right? Kerry's going to go because this is a competition. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. Kerry had to go. If not this week, it was next. Okay. And the reason why Kerry was going to go next, okay, is because this show is shallow to some degree, but it's a competition. And I didn't see the edge on Kerry. Okay. And remember how men judge women, first and foremost basis is the outer looking. Okay. It is the outer shell that people are looking at. Right. And man, on this episode, I didn't think she was that bad, but Dante did not want to give her a chance. Okay. In fact, Dante was even pissed. Sorry. Dante was annoyed that he was even left with her. Like, he was annoyed that he got left with her in that room. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I saw her and I was like, poor girl. She not, you know what? None of these guys actually really like you. Even when there was Phil, Dante, Shiloh, and, you know, and Kerry in the room when they were doing the gym stuff, right? If you pay attention to Phil was really looking elsewhere. Phil wasn't even looking at her. Phil wasn't even looking at Kerry. Man had his eyes trained on Shiloh the whole entire time. So when Dante got left with it, I know he was annoyed. Exactly. Yes, he had none. In fact, there was one part, yeah, and you'll see it in my review. There's one part, yeah, you know, there's one part where she leans over to grab his hands like this. She leans over to do this. Don't wash the dry hand. She leans over to do this. Okay. Don't wash the dry hand. Don't wash the dry hand. And then when she does this to him, he doesn't retaliate. Right? He does not retaliate. When she leans over, he just keeps his arm like this. You know what I mean? Now, what I think the problem with Kerry is, what I really think the problem with Kerry in the scenario is, yeah, is that unfortunately, she doesn't fit a certain look profile. I'm going to say it straight again. And also, I think the way she, do you know what? I said this in my review. I'm going to keep it absolutely real. And this is going to be a bit dark. And I know I've been shot before. I've been shot before when I said the dark stuff. But just because I tell you it's dark doesn't mean it's not true from the guys.
Take the red pill You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Okay, now I'm going to say what I'm going to say. It's a bit dark, but let me say what I'm going to say. When you look a certain way, you can say certain things and get away with it. When you have funny bones, you can also get away with saying certain stuff, right? Okay. Now there was a scene. Thank you, long live Africa. Okay. There was a scene, okay, where with Kerry and Dante. Yes, Kerry is modest. And when Kerry was talking to Dante, she made a joke, and the joke didn't bang. Okay? The joke didn't bang. And the reason why the joke didn't bang is because one, she didn't carry it very well. And the other is that because she doesn't look as a baddie. So when you say certain things, it doesn't come out the right way, right? The man doesn't fancy you. It's that simple, right? Okay, so she said this. She was talking, and she said to Dante, "Oh, she was like, she was like, oh, do you like me? Do you fancy me, or do you like me, or something along those lines? But it was something to do with like, do you like me, right? And when she said it, I said, it's not going to go well for you when you said it. And when she said it, it didn't go well. Because really and truly, it sounded desperate. And again, desperation. Do you like me? Thank you, life boss. Do you like me? And when you say it, right? Do you like me? You've got to carry a certain level of energy to say that. So when I say energy, you don't have to look the baddest girl in the room. You don't have to be the baddest girl in the room. I want to make it very clear. If you hear me very correctly, you don't have to be the baddest person in the room. You just need to know who you can and can't do it to. Okay? You just need to know who you can and can't do it to. It's called reading the room. Okay? When you read the room and you read people's body language and the energy they're giving you, you'll realize when you can do it. For instance, let me give you an example. When Phil decides to do the same thing to sorry, not the same thing, similar thing to Shiloh later on, and he says, "Oh, what? Are you saying this? Are you saying this? Are you saying this is a little connection between me and you?" Right? When he says it, is this a connection between me and you? He says it quite smoothly. It's placed in there quite nicely. But the most important thing is he already has a buy-in with Shiloh. Shiloh already sees him as something. Okay, she can see something going somewhere, or she can at least see him in an attractive light. Right? She says the conversation is easy, it's nice, it's flowing. So when you drop that bar, it goes in. Shoo. But when you don't have the buy-in with somebody, more than likely any bar that's going to be speaking up towards attraction, or do you like me, or do you find me attractive, is always going to hit a brick wall. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? Yes, Araba. That's the truth, and that's the truth. Right? When she asks very simple questions. Do you want to have kids? I got kids. Dante, expand. Do you want kids? I got kids. Okay. Do you want some more kids? Okay. Yeah. I said, oh man. Yeah, I said, oh man, that's kind of tight. So she was trying, but in this, I keep saying to people, this is a competition. In competition, you choose the best of the best. Right? I know it's relationship and dating, but it's a competition, and people are getting voted off. So you vote the best of the best. Right? You vote the best of the best. So unfortunately, she wasn't the best of the best. So if you're not the best of the best in terms of looks, you've got to make up for it in a personality wise. Your personality's got to snap, it's got to bang, it's got to be, you've got to find your way of being able to be seductive. Okay? Bruv, listen, yeah, Ram, she ran out, in the end, she even ran out of questions because Dante was not given anything. Dante was not giving her anything. Some bad man movement, man wasn't giving her nothing, cuz. Man won't even try. It seemed like man won't even try and rude boy. It's political, man. It's political. But when it becomes a competition, we see this every season. When it becomes a competition, you have to understand the strongest will survive. Whenever we do competition, I'm going to say something brutal now. Whenever we do competition, I want you to understand all the rules, all the normal rules that you think life exists by goes out the window, and all the rules of survival kick in. Let me say it again for you. Whenever there's a competition, all the rules that normally we live by goes out the window, and the rules that kick in are survival rules. The survival rules are going back to basic instincts. How good looking are you? How much money do you make? And then after that, we start moving into areas of, okay, who's got the most suave? Who's got the most confidence? Okay, is she sensual? Is she sexual? Has she got that energy? Can she make you turn your head? When it comes to competition, it goes back to basic instincts. It does not go on to what we call a nuanced set of balanced rules that we live by life normally, because you have time, you have situations, environments that you can work with when you're in real life. But when you're in a game and there is elimination involved, and there is publicity and contracts, all that kind of thing that can be involved, and there's rewards for winning this game, you best believe people are going to operate on basic instinct. Basic instinct to survive. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, it's a bit of a mad one. Anyway, let me send this link out to people so I can get them on the stage and that, get this conversation flowing. It's real. It's sad. Every season we see it, but it's unfortunate. This is the competition. This is the competition. This is what happens, unfortunately. And I know, and even though when I said that there's basic instincts, you have to understand this actually exists in bubbles and in spats. Like when you're at work, the same thing kind of happens, right? People operate by what best works for them. You'll see that obviously when people are at work, that depending on, again, and there are different nuances when it comes to work, but you'll realize the same kind of attitude kind of happens as well. People go for the one who the most finest is, the most funniest, the smartest. They go for the top tier. And if you're not top tier and you're just basic and you're normal, you kind of get pushed to the side. You got to have something that's going to give you some spunk. Got to have something that's going to give you some spunk. So let me put this on here so the guys can get involved. Why they adding new singles? I don't know. I don't know. Someone said, why are they telling men that they are the prize? So no one knows how you answer a question now. They always say things without being rude. Okay. I hear that. We'll discuss the Tyrone thing. I know it's a big thing for people. I know it's a big thing for people, It's peak. My thing with Tyrone is, my only thing with Tyrone is, I don't know, if Tyrone's misinterpreting conversation with, I don't know if he's misinterpreting conversation with Shiloh as actually something that is more than what he's thinking it is, because you confessed to Shiloh about another woman. It sounds like she was counseling you. And if you're thinking you're going to turn a counseling session into you now becoming something, I'm concerned by that. I don't know if it can happen. I mean, I know it can, but I don't know if it's going to happen in this particular case. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. You get me? Like I said, if you want to jump on a conversation, please do send me an email. We will get you in. My guy, Life of Bodge, is here as well. Fantastic. We'll get the men rolling first, actually. I'll get some men on. We're going to get the men on first. Okay, ladies, we're going to get the men on first. Okay, give you some live men conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah? Get you some testosterone up in here. I see you. Hey, man, you out, Sean? Sean, are you at the bar? What are you doing? You're at dinner. What is this guy doing? Sean, what are you doing? Listen, I'll bring you. What are you doing, Sean? That's such annoying. You're so annoying, bro. Listen, it's good to see you, though, bro. Good to see you. I know you're busy. I know you're at your dinner, bro. I know you're at dinner, bro. What are you saying?
I'm gonna go out because y'all not gonna be able to hear me.
Okay, no worries, Cap. Look at the dedication of my brother Sean here. Look at the dedication. Man's involved, cuz man said he's gonna take a little break from his dinner and come out and have a conversation with us. That's a dedication. We're gonna sing happy birthday to him, though. You get me? We're gonna sing a little happy birthday to our big boy Sean. He's 21 again. 21 again. Sean, you know?
That's it. 21 forever, bro. Forever.
21. For anyone forever, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna take a little break, guys, just to say happy birthday to our brother Sean here. Listen, man, you've been a general on this channel. We appreciate you. So, you know, I want to say happy birthday, bro. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. You're out there eating and chowing. You know what I'm saying? Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
That's not a lot.
Don't do what I wouldn't do, bro. Do you get me? So, you know, we want to say happy birthday, bro, man. And it's good to see you live and well, man. Another year. Do you know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you, man.
No worries, bro. No worries, bro. I know you had a little something to say for us. What do you want to say to us, bro? Before you, I know you're gonna hop off again, but what are you gonna say to us quickly?
No, man. I'm enamored by all the fire that you got going on. So I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm definitely. I think I'll pop back in later, and
We'll be on.
You know, check in with you guys after you chop up. But appreciate everyone. You know, thank you. I got so much birthday love from all the Little Black Book family, my extended family, you know, folks that have joined my channel. So I appreciate you all. Thank you for sticking it in with me, and you know, many more.
My guy, gang, I appreciate you, bro. It's love,
Thanks,
man.
Coach.
Love, Sean. Enjoy your
All right,
birthday.
take care, bro. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, man, guys, you know, it's family around here, you know, so we like to celebrate our people, them, you know what I'm saying? I know Sean's out just enjoying dinners. So we thought we'd just take a little break, just say happy birthday to him, you know, and just appreciate him, you know, and appreciate the work that he does on his channel as well. You know what I mean? It's good to have other men on board. So yeah, man. Let's continue the conversation. I've got Life of Bodge here. We can have a little bit of a conversation. Let me get, where's Jay? Jay disappeared. What are you saying, brother?
I'm good, bro. How you doing, man? You all right?
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Cool.
I'm good.
Cool,
So
cool.
obviously, you know what? Let's talk about Tyrone's situation, because I think you know, this conversation is obviously it's becoming difficult, you know, because of what's happened. What was your take on the whole Tyrone and Kerry situation? What how did you see it?
Okay, I think with them, my thing for them was, I don't think that they were communicating quite well. I think the way in which they were talking to each other, I think they were talking about two different things. Like they were focused from two different perspectives. I don't think either articulated themselves quite well in terms of explaining why they did what they did. I think on her side, I couldn't really establish what her actual issue was. Was her issue the fact that he rejected her and she thought they had a connection? Or was it, I guess, the way in which he handled it by talking to Shiloh? She never mentioned Shiloh at all. She never said that that was an issue for her. It seemed like it was all about the fact that he rejected her, having thought they had a connection. And then I guess he then made it clear that there was a text, or he said that she was aggressive, right? And I think everyone hears the word aggressive and, you know what I mean, signals ring off in our heads. We're like, you've called a black woman aggressive, how dare you? You know what I mean? But I don't think that's what it, when the aggressive that I heard was more to do with her approach in terms of trying to hold him to saying what they were. So he said that she sent him a text at midnight asking, like, what are we? I think something like, what are we, or what's our connection? Do you know what I mean? She was trying to get an answer. Now, these two people ain't been out on a date yet. Haven't been out on a date. All their interactions have been either during the mixers or over the phone, that kind of thing. It's way too early. It's way too early in the process to now be saying, you haven't even said to anybody who your top three is. There's been no top threes declared or anything like that. You can't put yourself in a position where you're already now telling someone, oh, you're my number one, after what, two mixer days, and you haven't had a date. So I think that's what the issue was. And I think as men, when women try to pin you down quite early on in the process, or earlier than you would like to, it's very off-putting. And he's got options. She's not at the top of his list. So in that situation, some guys would have just played it off and would have just like, but at the end of the day, lackingness is that's going to go back to the women you actually do like. So what's probably the better thing to do is to maybe nip it in the bud there and then, because you still have options. You're confident in yourself that you're still in a good position. Now, obviously, his mistake was, I guess, having that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that conversation, but it's the nature of it. If it's something that you haven't shared with the other person, then it's best not to have that conversation. And especially when you basically say, "Oh, I had the top 3." It's just a bit it's a bit messy. And then, but I think, if anything, the person that we should be annoyed at is Shiloh. You were told that in confidence. That, I don't think that information wasn't anything that she needed to go back and share with the group. Because I don't even know what their connection is. Is it a romantic connection? Or do they know each other? Because I just didn't get it. It seemed like they knew each other's friends or something. But yeah. So I think with that, and I don't even have an issue with him dropping her out. I think that was the right thing to do for him at that time. He wasn't trying to make an additional connection. And I think people need to bear in mind, I think people are looking at it in terms of, long-term strategy, this isn't good for him. From what he's saying, it's very clear that he's not thinking long-term strategy. This guy is doing what's best for him, probably due to the issues he's had. He doesn't seem like a seasoned dater. He seems like maybe he's been away from the dating game for a while. So for me, I think he's probably thinking, yeah, I can only really date these women I'm interested in. I can't play the game that the other guys are going to play and date multiple women up to like the 8th episode, whatever it is. So that's why I don't think there's anything wrong with what he did, his choice. I think people are putting too much expectation that in the dating market, we're going to let people down gently. We're going to do all these things to avoid hurting people's feelings. And I don't know about you, Kojo, but I can't remember the last time I've never been in a situation where a woman's sort of rejected or said no, and it's been in a nice conversation. It's really ever nice. So I just don't understand what the big deal is. I think we're overdoing it. I get it, women are women, they want to be let down gently, but when it's in reverse, I ain't never seen it. When I've seen my friends get rejected, it's never in a nice way. So it is what it is. I think we are overplaying maybe, I guess, what actually happened. It's TV as well. That conversation they had to I guess kind of repeat a conversation that had happened. It should have been left at that. She asked, "What are we?" He said, "I don't want to continue this anymore." She just said, "Okay," and moved on. That's what should have happened. They shouldn't have had to come back on camera. He shouldn't have been in a situation where he's calling her aggressive or tried to, I guess, explain. And I think what she wanted him to do was take responsibility for what happened. But I think he was thinking, well, how else do I reject you? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's it for me really on that part. I'll let someone else have a go. Hey Kia, how you doing? Okay.
Who Bouger? Yeah, I appreciate that, Bodge. No, I definitely hear you on that. I don't have a problem with him rejecting her. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, he probably could have said it a bit better. I don't really have a problem with that because, like I said, no one's ever gonna have a nice conversation talking about I don't like you. Do you know what I mean? I only think the only thing I needed him to improve on is the word and aggressive, because it's such a loaded language, right? UK, US, wherever you are, if you're black, that the wording of aggressive is such a loaded word. Like imagine, bro, we're having a normal conversation between me and you, and we have an argument on here, whatever, and then I say to you, bro, you're being aggressive. And it's like, you actually weren't being aggressive. It was a passionate conversation. You raised your voice, I raised my voice, but it wasn't aggressive. Do you know what I mean? I think the word aggressive was very, very loaded. And then when he was asked to explain, he wasn't able to really explain. And I think what should have happened was it should have just been a quick apology. My bad. Sorry. Aggressive is the wrong word. I think you've overextended yourself, or you've been a bit too forward in asking, what are we? And I think that is the problem here. I'm not making it a woman versus man situation. for black people in general, whenever we use the word aggressive on women or men incorrectly, it's problematic because we've all been at work, we've all had that aggressive being applied to us, and it takes a piss. And you're literally just having a conversation and maybe defending your point, and you get called aggressive, and that is frustrating. So I don't mind him sending her to the gallows, but he needed to retract that statement on the aggressive because it was nowhere near there.
Soldiers, you know what I've noticed? I don't know, maybe I guess American audience and I guess American panelists can probably verify, but I've noticed on shows like Ready to Love and I guess other shows that I've watched like this, I think every season the word aggressive seems to always be used.
Yeah,
it's said about men, it's said about women. For some reason, black people are using the term aggressive, and it seems to always be a vocabulary that's used on these programs from one black person to another. And I don't know about you, but in the UK, I don't experience us ever calling each other aggressive.
No, we don't say to each other. No,
we don't say that to each other. That's what I don't really understand why that term. That's why when I heard it, I said nah, because he can't mean it in that way. And when I heard it, I saw it in terms of he's talking about the line of questioning, not necessarily her behavior or her attitude. It was more kind of questioning that he experienced from her. So that's what I took it as. But obviously, I understand the context around it. And I think in the UK, we're very much. I get interactions that I have with black people. I ain't calling no black woman aggressive. It just doesn't come out of my mouth. But I've noticed on these programs, every season, someone gets called aggressive. Black man, black woman. An argument happens and someone gets called aggressive.
Yeah. I definitely think he meant behavior. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he meant behavior. But he's gonna have to retract that statement because
for sure.
What he explained was not aggressive. What he explained was forward. So
it was forward. Bit desperate.
Yeah.
Bit thirsty.
Yeah. That's what he needed to say.
Yeah.
All right, let me get Kia involved. Kia, what was your perspective? Maybe you can give us a bit more of a different perspective. You're in Americas, as a black woman too. Can you give us a bit of a perspective? Help us have a bit more well-rounded conversation.
So you guys mentioned the word aggressive. We hear that word all the time, and I've said it, I think, even on your channel, Kojo, about the word aggressive. We hear it, especially as black women. In corporate America, this just happened at my job, where the white person was called direct. But when you say it with authority or whatever, the same way, it's called aggressive. So I think that culture has carried over to the black community because we hear it so much. But again, it's unacceptable for me. So I'm like, what? Those, hood bougie, those fighting words for me. Like, why is it aggressive? Because I'm, conveying the same, words to you or same thing to you. But because again, I think the fear of the black woman or fear of the black man that we've been labeled aggressive in America. I hear it all the time. Then that's when you call to the office, like, you said this like this. I be called out on the table. I'm always in timeout, Kojo. So, matter of fact, I'm on timeout right now. If it was a basement, I'd be in there. But that's just that. So I just really want to touch. I was on fire in the comments. Y'all talking about Tyrone. So I think Tyrone is a fish out of water. I think, like, let's go back with corporate America. He's a nice guy, I think, in real life. But I don't think he get real play in real life. So now he's like in this situation, and I'm thinking I'm getting the vibes that he's starting to get a little cocky because he know that he's a top, number for the top pick for the women. So because even when he says something like, "Well, you just not the one," I don't think that will be the real Tyrone in real life. I think he's just getting a little because he's a little short, like well, you just gotta understand that I like other women. It's just like, oh, you cocky, bro. Come on now, bring it down. And I was, saying that with Lifeboy earlier in the comments. I was like, pump your brakes. In the real world, you know how it go. In corporate America, that one African American man come in there and we've been dry for a minute. He could be busted, tore up from the floor up. They be all like, ooh, what you having for lunch? I be looking like, in the real world, we leave this place. Why are y'all sweating him? So I think he just, hot on this show because he's the nice guy, but he better pump his brakes.
Okay, I hear that still. I'm laughing. I hear that still.
Kojo, it's funny. I think all men do
always
this.
come with the joke, so
No.
In real life, like I said, I probably come off as aggressive, but again,
I understand that point though. I think that's the angle where we're trying to get that other perspective. Do you know what I mean? Like why that word can be triggering. You know, I want because if someone else is watching it, if somebody's just jumping in this live, I want them to understand. Listen, we all know each other already. Do you know what I mean? So we can kiki and banter. We can say things to each other. It's not really a big deal because we kind of know each other already. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes we have debates on here, and it may seem like we're being aggressive, but it's just us how we're talking. But like you're saying, if somebody then says we're aggressive, that labeling can be detrimental to us because it can affect our coin, it can affect your reputation, it can affect your name. When we're talking about job perspective, I just think that Tyrone in that I don't think he was purposely trying to get out of the situation or try to flip it on her. I think he's socially awkward. Aggressive was the word that came to him, and he didn't know how to articulate himself. That's actually what I personally think. I don't think he was trying to do it on purpose, but still, even if he did it on by mistake, I think he would owe Kerry an apology in a smaller sense of not in rejecting her, but in using the aggressive word, seemingly because, especially I think for coming from Black Americans, he would understand specifically how this affects people. Do you know what I'm saying? But again, he's socially awkward. He might not know it as well as we're actually thinking he knows it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure about his full upbringing. So then again, we also know how he spoke about his mother. So let me hold fire. Laughable, you're going to say something. So what were you going to say?
Yeah, I think obviously with guys, and I think women do it too. If you don't rate a guy, you don't look at a guy and think he's, I won't say on your level, but you think you can do better. When they start giving you a bit of pushback, a bit of attitude about how you behave, they're like, hold on a sec, I'm not having this. That's literally how we all do. Cause you know what I mean? When you're not really feeling the girl, you're thinking, right, well, you think you can chat to me like that? No. It's not happening. And I think that's why he gave that kind of energy. It was a bit sassy.
Yeah, I know.
It was a bit sassy. I think that's what it was. And that's why I think it came across a bit egotistical. But it's just, I don't rate you like that. If it was one of the women that he really liked and maybe she gave him a bit of pushback on something, he'd probably be like, oh, let me explain. That would probably been his reaction. Let me explain. But he wasn't having it from her because I already told you I'm not on it. Leave me alone. Just park it for now. You know what I mean? Go find one of these other guys to go and date. Why am I even here on a date when I already told you I'm not interested in you? You brought me out on a date and now you want me to come and apologize for telling you that I don't like you. You should be grateful. No, I'm joking. But you know what I mean? That kind of vibe. Yeah. It's that kind of vibe. And I think we will do it. You know what I mean? I think we will do it to some extent. When we don't necessarily rate someone.
Okay. I'm hearing you. Araba, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about Tyrone. It's good to see you back on here, Araba. Missed you. A prayer warrior, how you doing?
Hey everyone. Hey Kojo.
Hey Araba, you good?
I'm good. I'm excited to join you guys tonight for the first time in a few months.
You've been missed, just like Hood Boucher's been missed. You guys been missed. Talk to me nicely then, sis. What are you saying?
So we're talking about the situation with Tyrone and what's her name again?
Kerry.
So I did not understand why everyone was being so hard on Tyrone for rejecting Kerry, because rejection happens, right? We don't like it. It's not pretty, but some point in our lives, we all get rejected. And what I could appreciate about what Tyrone did is the fact that he let Kerry know that he wasn't interested rather than drag her along or string her along. Like a lot of times it happens in the real dating world, right? You might talk to someone and it just goes on a little bit farther than it needs to go. People ghost you. So I could appreciate him being honest and saying, hey, I'm not really interested and this is what the situation is. What I don't appreciate is his approach. I think it could have just been a quick conversation like, hey, I think I'm going to focus my attention elsewhere. But what he did that was kind of a bitch move was he called another woman and he decided to run his mouth about what he just did and why he did it. And it didn't need to go that far. Tell your mama Don't tell other competition, you know, what you just did or who you're not feeling in this game. It's unnecessary, it's messy, and it's quite childish. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're adults. We're not going to like everyone, and that's okay. But where you messed up at is you decided to run your mouth to the competition, and now you gave Shiloh ammo, and you gave her information that she could hold over Carrie. Not saying that she's going to do it maliciously or anything, but this is a competition, right? And so any information that one person has over the other, of course, is going to be used in a way that's is going to be detrimental. So I feel like Tyrone's approach could have been better, but I'm not mad at him for rejecting Carrie. It's just a natural part of the process.
Appreciate it, Robert. Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that you can see that as well. That I think, you know, him being straightforward and letting her know, not stringing her along, you know, was the right approach in that aspect. It's just the address sort of having Shiloh. My issue with this thing is he's told Shiloh, and Life of Boys, like we're saying, bro, the same way he's got, I don't want to say cocky, but like he's like, you know, he's got a bit sassy with Kerry. I'm thinking to myself, brother, does he stand a chance with Shiloh? I don't know. Because brother, when Shiloh started talking about the fact that she spoke to Tyrone about the issue, yeah, I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, wait, did she do counseling with you? Because if that's the case, bro, that might not be a thing, you know. It might not be as a thing as you think it is. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the energy that Shiloh gives off, isn't it? She gives very welcoming energy.
True.
You can imagine it was probably very soothing for someone like him who doesn't come across quite like a conversationalist. He probably needs someone to carry the conversation a bit more. So for me, I get the vibe that, you know, I mean, it was just she helped him to free that information, probably just by being a listening ear. And he probably was like, oh man, I just had a conversation with one of the other girls. Do you know what I mean? You know, it's type someone answers you and you free information, but it's probably the way in which women do for you, Kojo, where they sort of free information about other guys. True. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, you wouldn't be out here spilling their business amongst the mandem, but it's one of them ones. I think that's kind of the vibe that she probably gives off, and that's why it was probably so easy for him to free up. But yeah.
Y'all about to not like me. So, in the real world, let's just be honest. Ain't nobody really checking for Tyrone. Like Erykah Badu, you better call Tyrone. Nobody wasn't calling Tyrone. So, with that being said, you know, like when you give a guy a chance, and it's just like our ego talking, because again, I ain't all the way delivered. So when you give a guy that you normally wouldn't give an opportunity, or you put your guard down, and then he do some garbage stuff, you be like, I know you ain't just do that. So I'm trying to go on with that vibe with her. She like, we need to talk, because I basically like kind of like, you know, was open, and then you go, you know, tell somebody else like shade. Basically, I was like shady. He could have had a conversation. I understand he felt it some way. I'm with a Robert. I'm glad he, you know, early on was like, okay, I'm not feeling you. But for you to go explain it to somebody else, and you know that we're all in this competition together, that was a bad move on his end. And he never answered that question. So I think that's like kind of like the vibe that I was getting, like, bruh, I gave you a chance. And now, again, I'm going to go back to that cocky. Now you over here just sitting back. That's the worst thing. Like I said, I ain't all the way delivered, but try to play me and I just gave you a chance. I'm like, dude, I wouldn't even talk to you on a good day. Like, and now you're going to try to play me like I ain't nothing. So I
don't think Kerry's feeling herself like that. I don't think she rates herself like that. She came across very thirsty, very desperate. She's not feeling herself like that. She that's not what she's thinking.
Oh, can I hop in real quick?
Not a chance in hell.
Okay, wait. Let's establish this. Okay, who's agreeing that Kerry came across as thirsty? I know Loveboy is saying that. Anyone else agree with that? That Kerry came across a little bit thirsty? Is anyone else agree with that?
I low-key agree with it.
Okay, why do you agree with that? And then I'll let the other side also respond.
Because of the question she asked him, like, do you like me, or are you still interested, ... or whatever she said. I don't think that was necessary. I don't think thirsty is the right word, but I kind of feel like she's doing too much. That question wasn't necessary. One, if this man likes you, you'll know, right? You wouldn't have to ask him. That's number one. Number two, it's kind of just like, it's an unattractive question. Like, I'm not gonna I feel like someone who is confident and who knows they're like, they're not gonna go around asking, so are you interested in me? Do I look good? Da, 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 da. Like, you already know you're a catch. And if this person knows too, then you're gonna feel it. It just wouldn't be a question. So that's just my opinion.
Okay. Uh, Someone else said they agree with the thirsty. Lady S, welcome to the conversation. Good to have you on the panel. You said you agree with, that Kerry might have been displaying some signs of thirstiness.
Hi, everybody. This is Sandra from Belgium.
Wow.
So I do agree and feel that Kerry was a bit thirsty and a bit desperate, but I would say that I feel she lacked a bit of confidence. Even looking at the date with, I know we're not there yet, but even looking at the date with Dante, um, she wasn't able to hold a conversation. She was touching all upon him just because I think she had nothing to say. She was looking for questions to say just to have a conversation. So back to Tyrone, I feel that if you've had a connection with somebody and you're talking on and off, and he's gone on a date, he told you he's gone on a date, but then you wait at midnight to text him to know if the date went well. It's very desperate, in my opinion. And you could also wait for the guy to come back and tell you, hey, I've gone on a date, or I've gone on dates. These are how the dates are going. So I feel like she didn't allow Tyrone to lead. I feel like just asking these questions could come off aggressive. I'm also not too keen on the term aggressive, but I can really see where Tyrone came from. So give me a minute. Let me get back to you. Let me lead. Let me show you that I do have a bit of interest in you. And if anything, if he doesn't come back, then let it just be. I mean, there are other guys in the show. So allow yourself to be pursued. Even if it's a dating show, you can still lead with a bit of femininity and allow the guys to come to you. So yeah, I do feel she was a bit desperate.
Cool. Thank you very much, Lady S. Did you say Cassandra, right?
Yeah, from
Yes.
Belgium.
Belgium. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for that, Cassandra.
You're welcome.
No worries at all. I'm hearing your points. Good points there. Anyone else agree with being thirsty before I pass it over to the other side? Anyone else? If not, I'm going to pass it to the other side to give us a lovely defense of why they feel that Kerry is not thirsty in that sense. No. Okay, let me pass it to us. Oh, Jazzy, you open? Yeah. Welcome to the conversation, Jazzy.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
I don't think she is thirsty. Like,
Okay.
what does it take for you to have like a decent conversation with somebody? Like, I don't feel like they were putting any effort into the conversation to begin with. Like, if you're not interested in somebody, just let them know that. I don't think Dante was interested to begin with, so why set up a date with her in the first place? And I think Tyrone was just like, I felt like he was dodging her. Like, he didn't want to even have the conversation to begin with. That's why he went to Shiloh. And I feel like Shiloh was overstepping. Okay, like, why did you have to feel like you needed to be in the middle of that situation to tell Kerry that you had a conversation with Tyrone about her? I felt like that was a little, like some people are saying in the comments, a little bit malicious, a little bit. I also think Tyrone, there's a way he could have worded what he said to her. And as I said in the comments, I feel like he was acting like they had this conversation already when they didn't have this conversation already. Like, people are saying, she tried to text him and, see where his feelings were. He didn't respond, And then she's hearing what Shiloh's saying that they had a conversation about. And now they're actually having the conversation surrounding where they stand with each other, and he's giving her attitude like they already had the conversation when they didn't. So yeah, I feel like he could have went about it the right way, and there's a way to let people, somebody you don't like down. And yeah, that's how I see it anyways.
Okay. I hear you. Hood Bouget. Thank you very much, Jazzy. What's your thoughts? You're saying she's not thirsty.
I just said that I think that we just got to consider that it's a TV show, and so I don't believe she probably operate like this in real life. You're on the second date, you're like, okay, so how many children do you want? The stuff that they're asking is like fast paced, and I think Tyrone said that earlier on, so he should be understanding, because when he said that you got to move a little bit faster, that's why he was spilling all his secrets last week. So I think she just was like, let's just go ahead and hit this. Like, I'm not, it's 10 guys, was not, it was 9. So we just got to knock this out. I don't want to waste my time over here with you if you not meet these criteria, or you don't want to have kids. Like, cause one of them, they got kicked out. She's like, well, I knew that this person didn't want kids, so I moved on. So if we go ahead and get that out, I don't have to waste like 3 days on you. We already know that this is not working. So I think now, the only thing that stood out when she called at 12:30, why did you calling a man at 12:30 asking him about his date? There should have been respect on that part. I was like, okay, sis, you're doing too much now. That was a little weird. But the rest of the questions, I just felt like she was just being direct and trying to figure out who was, a match.
Oh no, I'm hearing you. I do think she came off. I don't want to say she is thirsty. I'd rather say that she came off thirsty. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that she lives in the thirsty zone, right? I don't think that's Kerry. But I do definitely feel the way she interacts comes across as a little bit desperate. And it's normally the questioning, how you know what, in this life, it's like being a comedian, yeah. And some people are really good at being comedic, because they got the timing right. You know what I'm saying? And some people are not good at comedy because they haven't got the timing right. So two people can say the same joke exact same way, but the timing's off. You know what I'm saying? And that timing's so important because it makes or breaks that joke. Do you know what I'm saying? So when for instance, when she's messaging him at 12:30 after the date, asked him, so you're still interested, you're not only sounding, you're not only sounding desperate, and it's doing me rough, blood. Sorry, my internet was doing rough. Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me?
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
repeat everything you just said.
Ha! This internet has been doing me rough this week, man. Basically what I was saying was that, if you text somebody at 12:30, basically, if you text somebody at 12:30 after their date, yeah, it's gonna come across a little bit thirsty, a little bit desperate, right? Because it's 12:30, they've just finished their date, they want to date with somebody else, and then you're kind of messaging them to say, are you still interested in me? When he want to date with somebody else. Now that's gonna sound a little bit thirsty and desperate since we've only just started talking. Right? So you've that's what I'm talking about, timing. So you can ask that question, are you still interested? But you got to give it a little bit of time. Ask that question just after man's come off the date. I'm gonna be turned off. Like, why are you asking that? Like, you spoiling the thing, man. Let me try and marinate a little bit. You're not allowing me to marinate. So I think there, if you ask that question so early, you're not allowing for any space to breathe. Look, it's just like saying to someone, where are we going with this? And bruv, we've gone on one date. What do you mean where we're going with this? Can you relax? I took you on one date. We're just getting to know each other. And you're like, well, unless you're talking marriage, I don't want to hear it. After the first date. But can you relax? That's what we're talking about. Wrong time, wrong season. You've got to know the timing so that it doesn't come off a certain way. And unfortunately, it came off a certain way because of the timing that she chose. And why are you asking about his date? Why are you concerned about his date? Kia, imagine me and you go out. Okay. And then I know you went out on another date, and then I ask you, how did that date go? That's just, it just seems you're not inspiring confidence. if I start asking Kia, oh, how's your other date going? It's not inspiring confidence. You know what I mean? So, Kia, why are you looking at me now for?
Because I've had people ask me that, like, well, like, oh, so I know, somebody hit you up. So who you been with today? You be like, nobody, why, you trying to worry about what I'm doing. So that means you trying to figure out where you stand. And then as soon as you think like, something going on, but I get like this show is so like, they have to be a strong person to deal with this because most of us are jealous, and that it uncovers your true being. Like, can you handle this situation? And so, she, like, a lot of them, they're putting their little hooks on people, and they just think they've been dating already, or they married with 3 children. Because I'm like, these women are a little, attached already. Like, okay, what's going on? So I think she just attached herself real quick and was just like, oh my gosh, like, what is he doing? But she just have to understand it's speed dating. They're going on dates, and it shouldn't be discussed amongst each other. Because I wouldn't want to hear about, if you're, dating and you went out with someone else. I don't want to know that you, fed her lobsters. I'm jealous. I'd be like, you took her where? And then you took me to Dunkin' Donuts?
That's why you don't have to ask questions if you don't want to answer to it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't ask. I don't want to know where you went out. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to know that. And I think that's what I'm saying about when you get to a space where you're more confident in yourself, you don't have to ask the person what date they went on because you're confident in what you bring to the table. Do you know what I'm saying? So that for me is very important. Robert, you got your mic open. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I also just want to quickly add, I think we also have to be fair, at least to Kerry. There's a reason why a lot of these people are going on this show, right? They are they've been unsuccessful in dating or finding a partner. So there's a little desperation that comes with, what they're bringing to the show already. I don't want to say you have to be a desperate person to come on the show, but at the same time, I feel like most of these people are going on the show out of desperation, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I think this is the reason why we're seeing so many of the men and so many of the women and sometimes the men kind of attach themselves quickly to a person that they like. It's because it's like, all right, this might be the one. This might be the one to actually stick, right? So I think that element of failed past relationships is one of the motivators for why a lot of these women are just displaying this desperate and kind of thirsty behavior.
Totally hear you on that, Robert. That's true. Yeah, people are here for a reason, and they haven't been getting it right where they were. So suppose this show is meant to help them do that as well. I'm hearing that. Lady S, what do you want to say?
So what I did want to also add is concerning Kerry and the insecurity and lack of confidence. So during their reunion with the ladies last week, so she talked about the phone call that she had with Tyrone, and I would say it was a first rejection. So I don't understand why she would go on a date for a second rejection. So I feel that if he's told you on the phone that, listen, I'm not interested, then you should keep it moving. But now you've sat down on a second date in front of the whole world for him to reject you a second time. So I feel that she really is insecure and does lack confidence. Because if it was somebody that was like used to maybe roster dating, you'd be like, listen, he said no, he's not interested, so I keep it moving. I'm not going to be rejected a second time. So yeah, that's all that I wanted to add.
Appreciate that. Okay, yeah. Life of Bodge, what are you saying?
Yeah, I think for me, or final point is really, I don't have an issue necessarily with him rejecting her. I think my issue was with the conversation with Shiloh. I also have to look at it and think, but Kerry didn't actually at any point mention the conversation with Shiloh. That wasn't her issue. Her issue was the fact that she thought they had a connection, and then he rejected her or didn't give her a chance. That was how she felt. So we have to take from that perspective, and I have to look at it and say, well, he did nothing wrong then, because he just did what made sense was, I'm not feeling this, so I'm gonna cut it off. It maybe wasn't the nicest way to do it, but at the end of the day, he did it early enough so that she can move on. She hasn't got too attached. She still had an opportunity to date other people, and she did. and she showed the same exact behavior she showed to him, and the guys were all in agreement that they weren't feeding her in that sense. And I don't. You can't really say it's because of the fact that she's one of the biggest or anything like that, because the sea is still there. So and what we saw, it has nothing to do with their physical parents. More so, okay, that's an element to it, but that's not the main reason. It was more to do with, I guess, the type of conversations they were having, what is keeping them back. We've seen it's been a constant theme, and we've seen evidence of why the men probably are less tolerant of them in that sense. Now, let's say if she was, I guess I use the word buff, if she was that, she was proper nice. I mean, she's nice, but I mean, if she was like, like who they considered to be at the top of their list, then they would have had more leeway. You would have seen her stick around. Hence why someone like Camille is going to stick around for a while. Despite her having only one connection.
The body's mad. Body's mad. I mean, she's cute in the face, but the body's mad.
It's bad though. It's bad. I hear it.
Bando. It's a trap right there. It's a bando, bro. But I'm hearing what you're saying. Yeah,
I couldn't entertain that kind of crazy. It makes you feel like.
Bro, listen. Sometimes you just need to enter the craze for a few minutes and come out, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I hear it.
That's real. I appreciate that much. Who's Bajay? We're gonna
to the insecurity. So I was just sitting here thinking about the insecurity. I think like in real life, a lot of times we don't need closure. And that's where her and Tasia messed up with, because they want to ask people, well, why, what happened? So I think that whole sit down, that wasn't even needed. He's not your friend. You barely know him. So that's even in real life when people be dating. If somebody called me and it's like, oh, we broke up. Okay, we broke up and you don't tell me at that time. I'm not about to be like, oh, why I need closure. Okay, that's the closure right there. So I don't know what that closure for was necessary. It's like sometimes you're not going to get closure. And she sat down and it was nothing resolved because he still didn't give you an answer why he told Shiloh. So it's just like, she was like, well, he's not listening. So you just wasted probably 2 hours of your time. Why? So I just think that they need to stop trying to figure out what these men are thinking, because you're not going to get answers. Because I bet you the other girl, Tasia, still didn't get answers either.
I hear that still. Okay, let's shift it on then. Let's shift it to another person. We had Shiloh and Phil, intimacy coach with Phil. Phil literally ignored Kerry while she was there and was focused on Shiloh. Shiloh and him and Shiloh and Phil were having this, I wouldn't say necessarily deep conversation, but they were having some level of conversation which was pleasant to the ears. They even got to show a little bit where she, did a little secret PDA and everything like that as well. So, I wanted to kind of get you guys' view on Shiloh and Phil. What was your kind of thoughts there? Do you think this got potential? Can you see them working? Is there something that you saw that sometimes we miss things. So is there something that you saw that you wanted to kind of question or bring up to the conversation? Let us know your kind of thoughts on these two here, Phil and Shiloh. Phil and Shiloh, who would like to go and hit that for us, please? Oh, people got tongue got people's mouth. Yeah, this is Shiloh, guys.
I'll go first.
Go for it, bro.
Yeah, I think with them, I think it's way too early. I think the vibe I get from Shiloh is that she's like this with everybody. Just nature of what she does. I think I give sensual energy. That's her whole vibe. I'm promoting my business. I give sensual energy. Just, what I mean? So every sort of conversation, she has to kind of bring in these things that she's good at doing in terms of, how she sort of warms people up, how she interacts, type of things she likes. So I guess the PDA was like a big conversation, the way she role played that. It looked interesting. What I would say is he was good at responding to that.
Yeah,
he was very attentive. There was a lot of eye contact. He was turned inwards, kind of looking at her, and he was sort of taking everything in. And then he was responding. It was playful, and it was I guess it was like it flowed. Whereas you saw some other conversations were quite choppy. Their one just flowed, and then even when it came down to, I guess, the demonstration of PDA, she did that. It was a gentle touch. He didn't get gassed and then go and like grab her ass all night stupid like Corey was doing over there. He kept it kept it very, very PG. He didn't say nothing inappropriate. It was all playful talk, conversation. So we didn't see anything deep from them. So the vibe I get from her is that she's like this with everyone. She gives off the same energy. I think from when they were having the discussion in the men's lounge, it seemed like that was sort of who he was looking at, and he was like a bit taken aback that some of the men were getting also the same vibe. So I think he'll probably look and be careful and probably make sure he still has someone else that he's interested in talking to. But yeah, I think I liked their vibe together. As to whether you can't really tell what her type is. I think she'll probably have 3 or 4 other guys that she's giving the same energy to. Yeah, so that's from me, man.
We can't hear you, Kojo.
I keep doing that. I always put myself on mute. Thank you very much, Elias. Since you open your mic, appreciate it. What's your thoughts? Phil and Shiloh, what's your thoughts?
So I can't read very well their situation, but what I will say is that I feel that Shiloh leads way too much with her sensuality. I feel that you can be sensual and show it in your body language, and not every 5 minutes I'm sensual. I feel it's just too much for me. I also feel that she says way too much what she can do for a man. I feel it's way too early. Granted, it's on a show, and I guess they do have a short span to quickly put yourself out there. And I know that the ladies were being eliminated this week. However, when I look at all her dates, I do feel that she's always saying what she can do, how she can make a man feel. And I feel that you can talk about it just a little bit, but you can't always lead with that. It's a bit, and I'm using it with, very lightly, a bit pick me, because I can do this for you. But I do understand it's a competition, it's a game, but I don't think that in the real world, per se, I would lead in that manner. It's just too much. It's just way too much. The sensual, the I can do this. So yeah, I'm a bit confused. I'm also wondering if she's all that confident, or she has a script in her mind that sounds nice and that she can sell to these men. Anyway, this is what I think. Don't kill me.
Oh no, not at all. It's good perspective. I like to hear
Yeah.
that different perspective. Okay, yeah, I can rock with that as well. Leading maybe too much in sensuality. Go for it, Huboujet. Thank you, Lady S. Oh, you're on mute.
Okay, so I'm not trying to digress, but last week when we had, Kojo and, Sean over here acting up. So when you, as a man, a woman, we know how to work the room too. That's why men sometimes fall to our, batting our eyes. Let's just be real. So when he watching, or you can be sensual, whatever, like I'm agree with Lifeboy, that she's, leading with her sensuality. So yeah, they're gonna pay attention if she's walking around the room and doing this. You turning that man on, like it. So she's leading with this, and she has him. He like wrapped in, like you see. He was like, "Let's go to the back." He was watching, like from afar, like yeah. Because remember last week she was talking about. First it was I went back and watched the Kojo. First she was talking about being sensual. Then she was like, "I could take you there, like to the next level." Now what dude don't want to go to the next level? They like, you about to curl my toes and do some stuff I ain't never heard of. So they like, listen, and then y'all gossip like women. So they probably like, Shiloh over there, because she really, the girl with the green dress, Camille with the K, she's cute, but she don't come off like that. But they probably was like, okay, Shiloh somebody to look at now, because first that green dress, that's all I remember was the green dress from episode 1. But now Shiloh like, let me do something to get y'all attention. So once she said that key phrase, I could do things to you, take you to the next level, everybody stopped and was like, I was like, what's she over there doing? So again, we as women, we know when we're being extra. I know when I'm being extra, when I'm like, so all that touching the arm, she knew what she was doing. That man probably bust why she touched his arm. Like seriously, like let's let's just be real. And he's looking for a Michelle and Barack, so he's in fairy tale. So you know, from the interview, he's like, I want to be Michelle and Barack. So those people are scary because you're like, why are you trying to be Jay-Z and Beyonce? You don't know what they do in real life. You don't know what Michelle and Barack. They look nice, but you don't know. So how are you gonna try to imitate that relationship if you really don't know the ins and outs? So that's what kind of stood out. We need the red flags today. But that was for Phil. But like I said, we'll see. But again, I'm with Life Boy. She's advertising. She gonna let y'all know, hey, Kojo, come to the U.S. and try these services out.
And I will if she flew me out.
Bad
so,
boy,
yeah, fly me
y'all
out,
letting
guys.
them touch our thighs, and now you saying
she can touch the thigh, touch her back. She needs to. Listen, fly me out. You can do all of that, Shiloh, for free. Okay, I ain't gonna complain. All right. Robert, what's your thoughts on this? Shiloh and Phil. Is Shiloh too much? Do you think Shiloh's doing too much, or is it just enough? Like, what's your kind of thoughts on the situation?
I literally agree with everything that Lady S said. I feel like Shiloh just has this affinity to just lead with her sensuality, which there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like there can be overkill, right? It's kind of like, okay, what else is there to you besides your sexuality and your ability to be intimate and sensual? But then again, on the other hand, I don't know if we're expecting too much from her because most of the people on the cast are very sexual. It seems like all of them are ready to FUCK versus ready to love. So I don't know if I can really put that much expectation on Shiloh because the whole premise of the show just seems to be, lust and sexuality. So that's that. And I honestly feel like she's just there to promote her business. It's coming off as very 1-800 ad and sponsorship or whatever. Like, it's just, there's nothing beyond the surface with Shiloh and many of the other cast members. So I don't know if her and Phil are going to really make a connection. I didn't see that great of a chemistry. I saw the sexual energy was there, but sexual energy can be between any two people, right? You don't really even have to be attracted to each other. So I can't say that I predict anything from them. And they were also very boring to watch. So that's that.
I hear you on that. Seaway, what's your thoughts?
Hey, Kojo. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Seaway.
Yeah, I pretty much read their whole scene. I did sense the sexual chemistry, but Shiloh acts kind of like, I don't know if y'all, Kojo, I don't know. I know you saved and sanctified. You be at the strip clubs, but like how at the strip club, like how the strippers treat you when you buy a dance or when it's like your song or whatever. Like Shiloh was treating Phil like she was like the stripper, not calling her stripper, but like the way she was like kind of feeding into him, and I'm pretty sure like when the date is over, she's gonna be done. It really just felt very disingenuous. I'm not feeling the vibes. I feel like Shiloh is one of those people who knows how to turn it on and turn it off, like it's her job, and all that like sexual and sensual. I don't think Shiloh's being a pick-me. Pick-me's really care to be picked. I don't really feel like Shiloh cares. Like, she doesn't care to be picked in that traditional way. I think she's trying to be on the show long term, so she needs to be picked. But Shiloh, it doesn't give like the traditional like pick-me energy. I just think she knows what she got to do to stay on that show to keep pumping her business. I'm not really getting the I'm sincere, ready to love vibe from her. She knows she needs connections, and Phil is he's an easy target. All she gotta do is say a couple sensual, sexual things, and then he just ready to go to the back. So he's an easy target. I'm not getting any sincere vibes though from that whole thing. Shiloh knows what she's doing.
I hear what you're saying, Stone. I mean, to be honest, I think Shiloh's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's still early days, but I already said about my comment about when she spoke in the group section from the last episode that I felt was a little bit cocky when she was like, "I can take it to the next level." How do you know that? You must be. You know what I'm saying? How do you know you can take it to the next level? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's like, yeah. I just think to myself, when people make certain statements like that, you gotta be you watch them carefully when they make certain statements, right? And that statement for me was like, okay, either you like, and I think I didn't even consider that other option. Either she's being cocky, or maybe she's trying to sell her business, like you're saying. Maybe she's trying to sell her business. So, but for me, yeah, I wasn't with that last week. Now this week, I saw her and Phil talking. I saw some real. I mean, she might be a damn well good actor, right? Because she was doing all the stuff that is like positive body language. You know, she's mirroring him. Oh, sorry about that, guys. She wasn't concerned that Phil, readjusted himself and moved forward, and actually closed the space. She wasn't phased by it. You know what I'm saying? She even gave him the little whoop-de-whoop-de-woo with the little secret PDA in, so she was doing a lot to show there's at least some level of interest. Now, if there's no interest there at all, then this girl is a dangerous, dangerous actor. Do you know what I'm saying?
But Seaway said she know how to work the room, and in your back of your head, like, I'm a good
Mhm.
girl. But if you tell me you could take me to the next level, I'm be like, all right, it's still in the back of your head. So you sit every time you see that person, you're like, just curious. So he already like he in it. So Kojo, like, she working the room. She know how to work it.
Well, Phil wasn't there. Phil wasn't there. Phil wasn't there when she said the taking to the next level.
You don't think
Was
they
he?
talk?
Oh, what the guys? What do you mean, guys
Y'all
talking?
gossip too. Y'all gossip.
Yeah, we do. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Let me not rule it out. It is possible. You know what I'm saying? I personally just think she puts out a lot of sensual energy, and that in itself is attractive. It doesn't mean it's going to catch the man forever. It just means it's a level of it's a way of seduction. And so I think the way that she tries to, sensual is dealing with the physicality of the senses. Do you know what I mean? It can also mean sexual as well, but it's majority focusing on the senses. So when somebody can be, and majority of the time when we talk about sensual, what people really mean is they are focused on the physical touch, because sensual is actually all senses. It's smell, it's taste, it's touch, it's sight. You know what I'm saying? And I can't remember what the fifth one is. Freaking heck. So it focuses on all the different senses. But what I'm seeing for her at the moment is very much more on the physical senses, being sensual physically. I haven't seen the other senses come into play just yet. But again, that requires a level of intimacy. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how it goes for now. I'm not gonna rule her off just yet. I'm intrigued myself, not necessarily because she can take me to the next level, because the energy she puts out is attractive. It's just that simple. The energy she puts out is attractive. I want to see I want to see if there's a level of depth to it. Do you know what I mean? So maybe that's what they're looking at. Someone said it's not that hard, Mandem, is this true? It's not hard. If you're attractive, look a guy in the eye, whole conversation, smile, you can get him hooked. Can I be honest? Yeah, maybe Life of Watch can talk to this. Yeah, I think when it depends what kind of guy he's talking about, right? Because listen, it depends on what the man values in it. Yeah, because obviously you can be buff, but you'd be surprised. Not everyone can hold a conversation. And I know it sounds simple to hold a conversation, but when the person can't hold a level of conversation, I'm talking about proper conversation, not the sun is good and not about you talking about your makeup specials. I'm talking about holding a real conversation where we can meet each other on the plane. Not everyone can hold that, Not every man or woman can hold that. So it actually isn't that easy. There's an art to it. There is an art to it. There's a way to this. There's a seduction to this. You feel what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying. If you are pretty, you are going to get some level of privilege and probably a little bit more leeway. How nice it must be to be buff. All right, cool. So let's move on to the next one. Someone says she ain't no 33. Lol. Someone said evangelize to the sisters on the pole. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next one. Let's get some of the smaller ones out of the way before we get to the big ones. We've got Naeem and Zeta. Naeem and Zeta. Again, for me, Zeta's absolutely fire. Yeah, we had Naeem and Zeta. Okay, I want to get you guys' thoughts on this. What was your thoughts on Naeem and Zeta? I said I didn't like Zeta saying about the fact that she gets what she wants. I wasn't finding that sexy. I was instantly turned off at that point. But people have different viewpoints and different perspectives. So I want to get you guys' thoughts. What are your guys' thoughts on Naeem and Zeta? Who wants to go first for me? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo's. Catch a tiger by its toe. All right. Araba, are you there?
Did you not read the chat, Kojo?
Oh, sorry.
I'm just joking.
Oh, sorry.
Let me see. Let me try to remember their date because I promise you, I probably fell asleep. This
How you
season
gonna fall asleep at the best two people there? No, I'm joking.
the best. I don't
I'm
know.
joking.
I don't know if it's just me, but this season has been hard to follow. I don't know if it's because many of them just feel like ingenuine or what, or if I'm just so traumatized from past seasons and nothing going right. But I'm trying. Okay, Naeem and the girl. God forgive me, I don't remember her name. So I don't know if she knows that Naeem is not attracted to like makeup and like weave or whatever. So I think this is an interesting thing that we're seeing here, where he's kind of falling for her a little bit. And so that's interesting. I'm wondering if he's overlooking this just because he wants to stay to the end, and he kind of is just like he doesn't have any other options. But he was pretty clear about his preferences, so this is an interesting matchup. I do sense from what's her name, Zeta? Yeah, I do sense from her that she's a little bit, I don't know if entitled is the word, but like you said, when she's like, I typically get what I want, it's kind of like, I don't know how to read that, but I'm wondering if she's the type to be controlling in relationships. Because typically when a grown person says that, that person is not used to someone saying no, and they're also not used to boundaries. So I really do want to see a little bit more from her and what she has to offer, but there could be a controlling issue or a controlling factor with her. So this is gonna play out interesting. I think that's all I have to say. I really tried to
You dug it
stay
out.
awake.
You dug it out. You're good. I like that little addition you added. Don't worry, Robert. We got you. Let me play a little clip for you guys so you guys can remember who they are.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I want us to.
So I went too far.
Elevate.
Went too away, guys. My bad.
It's called Love in Chocolate City. Look at that.
I like that. I wanted some alone time away from the other job.
I don't need a copyright strike, so let me bring that back. I'll play a little bit later on for you guys so you can see where she said about spoiling her with gifts. But who wants to go next and give us a little bit of their thoughts? Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go for it, sis.
So, like you said, we can't deny she got body. Okay. So he was mesmerized by the body. So he like, oh, because I was like, okay, sis, it shows you a personal trainer. So I'm with her, right? Because I just looked at my notes that he prefers little makeup and natural hair. So where I can see this going left, but seemed like she's been independent for a minute, and she, basically said she takes herself on trips. She basically nobody can tell her no because she does for herself. I get that part, but like you said, it's not going to be too much. He's not gonna be able to change her. So I'm getting the feeling that he might think, how we were just talking about that, how you start dating a guy. And all of a sudden, because I've been in a situation like that where a guy date me and then be like, well, I like girls with natural, but you didn't meet me natural. You met me with purple hair. You met me, with red. Depends on who I was that week. Was I Jessica? Was I Candy? But you met me this way. And now you want me to, wear a ponytail and gel my edges down. And so sometimes people will try to change you. They have that, I guess they, tell you what they prefer. So I'm thinking that he may, go for that because he was very adamant in his interview saying what he liked, and he even called him Optimus Prime or something. I had to look up who was Optimus Prime. Like, she's transforming. So he was adamant. So just hopefully that because when I'm looking, like, all the women had on some form of makeup or some form of weave. So I'm like, right there, I'm like, you in the wrong place. So I don't think he would fake it to get to the end if none of them were his, choices. But I can see him trying to change her, and Zadia is not the one because she basically like, I make my own money, I do my own thing, I take myself on trips. So good luck, bruh.
Good point, Lady S.
So I also don't have enough information to have a clear opinion, but what I will say is that she does have a nice body. I do believe that since she is a sports coach, she must have good energy. So he's probably also attracted to that. I feel that she is confident, so that also does make her attractive. And when she talked about getting her way, I feel like what Kay said, because she's been independent maybe for the longest. If you don't give me what I want, I'll just go out there and get it myself. I don't know if they will last. I feel it's early days as well. But yeah, I see that she's confident. I see that she has a nice body, and I feel that she might go a bit far in the season. But I'm not very convinced in her full-on interest in Naeem. So that's all I have to say.
Totally hear you. Let me play a little more of a clip. Thank you very much, lady. Yes, let me play a little more of the clip so we can have a little look. I won't get copyright this time. Oh, snap. Sorry, guys. Oh, my computer's moving mad. Hey, my computer's moving mad right now. It's not allowing me to do basic stuff, guys. Sorry. Let me do it again.
Just to, have a little activity and be able to look into each other's eyes, see if there was something there.
This is a chocolate liqueur.
Just a little bit of chocolate?
Just a little chocolate, not too much.
More later? Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. My internet's moving. You know what I'm saying? So we have to leave that alone. Okay. So who'd like to jump in next? I mean, because we're talking about Naeem and Zeta, and very well from Kia Araba and Lady S kind of laid it out for us quite nicely. He's got a preference for naturals. Zeta's not fitting that profile, but she's also talking about the fact that she wants to be spoiled with gifts and everything like that. Can this work? What's your kind of thoughts? What's your opinions? Let me know. Life of Bod, you got your mic open. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, initially when I saw Naeem, and even in that clip you showed, he's given like Pan-Africanist vibes, Dr. Umar, donations, all that kind of thing. So I'm just like, he may be that type. Maybe this is actually what he wants. He wants the natural hair look. But I also know, just from a guy perspective, sometimes it's not actually that. All it is I want you to come present yourself in a way which I know that you actually look like what you look like. I don't want too much makeup, because there is like a point where what guys see as too much makeup, and there's obviously just no. You know what Kia's got on now? Just seems simple, keep it simple. And then there's the birthday makeup look, and if that's every day,
every setting,
that's when, for guys, it's kind of like, okay, let me see you for you. And then after that, makeup can come. So I think that may be what he was referring to. I just think he stressed on it a bit too much, and it gave off vibes of what we'd expect from those guys that make those type of comments. But yeah, from his choices, he hasn't. But then again, I don't think any of the women don't wear makeup. Is any of them that are picked that you would say don't wear makeup? So he hasn't gone for anything like that. So he may not be that firm on what he said in that intro. As for them as as potentially being a couple, I think there's an attraction there. But I just think I don't see a difference really between her date. I just think they connected on in a different way. So theirs was more sensual energy, whereas when she had the conversation with Tyrone, it was trauma. And then when she had the group conversation, it was sensual and sexual conversations. So I haven't really seen too much. It's very surface level. It's not really like, and then obviously they've just kind of put it out there, him on in the sense of he likes women with natural hair and that kind of stuff, and then her from the perspective of, okay, she likes gifts. And I think initially, she was the one who made the comment about she's an alpha, and that because she's an alpha, you need to book time with her. So maybe there's an element of she wants to be in control in the relationship, and she's gonna bring that But I don't see any immediate problems. I think obviously you were talking about her making the comment about I think it was about her saying that she always gets what she wants. It could more so be that if she doesn't get what she wants, she's gonna cause havoc. She could be more of like one of those that she's gonna sort of like she's gonna act up if she doesn't get what she wants rather than she actually gets. Because I don't know too many people that actually always get what they want. I think it's more of a perception thing, maybe how situations have panned out, and then maybe she's the one to cut it off. So that's kind of how I perceive them. I think it's too early to see if there's anything there. I think she'll date more people for sure. But she's fine though.
And listen, brother, she's fine.
But there's a trio in it. It's Camille, it's Zadia, and Munam. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Brother, it's mad out here in the dunya. It's mad in the dunya. No one else with you, fam. But I mean, no matter how buff she is, that whole spoil me stuff, that whole I get my own way. I don't care how fine you are.
Yeah, that's where I check out. Yeah.
This is how and listen, this is dark arts. This is how my mind is thinking, and this is for Jesus guys, by the way. My mind is thinking, yeah, I'll enter, play around, get in and get out. Because I'm like, I couldn't sit with it for very long. Do you know what I mean? So if I'm thinking about my prickish ways, my ex, my F-boy ways, that's what I'll be thinking. I think, Zadia, let me get in, let me get out. You know what I'm saying? Because we're probably gonna vibe, we probably can catch jokes. But as soon as I sense that you carry that kind of entitlement energy, I'm gonna be like, yeah, man, I can't really stay here. I'm just gonna be popping in and popping out. But thank God we've changed because we don't think like that anymore. Okay. There is a question because I can see the chat is moving with weights. There's this question always comes up. Do men actually like natural? We're just lying kind of situation. I want to ask that question. So, Life of Bodge, since we're the only two men here, and this is your personal preference. This is not for all men. I can't speak for all men.
I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna say I can't speak for all men.
I can't speak for all men on this case because a lot of men have different thoughts. But for you personally,
I don't mind. I think it's for different occasions, right? I think a turn off could be for me at times is excess makeup or always or like a constant use of makeup. Do you know what I mean? I think casual encounters. Actually, I shouldn't say that sounds mad.
Showing your F-boy ways, boy.
I didn't mean that, man. I meant like I don't know. We're going to the cinema. It's like 9 p.m. You ain't gonna wear a full face of makeup. We're gonna be sitting in the dark. Nobody's gonna see you. That kind of thing. I mean more like that. But yeah, I think it can be excessive, and I think it then leads to maybe me looking at how you perceive yourself, a bit of insecurity. It could be that, or how you feel comfortable with your own skin. I don't want to get into too much because I think it's, women can do what they like. I think it's just a personal preference thing, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I think it's a personal preference thing. But what I take from a lot of guys when they make those type of comments is more so they don't want the stark contrast from full face of makeup and then what you look like without makeup, and it's shallow, but it's just I guess it's just what guys look for, innit?
I don't think it's shallow. Wait till you see what men are doing nowadays. The women are gonna feel what we've been feeling for years. They're gonna feel it when you get your man, and man's got a two-piece on his head top. When you go and you go to rub his bald head and then his nice little headset, and you realize he's removing it, you gonna feel how we jokes. But no, I get what you're saying. Like I think for different guys, different things. Different guys, different things. And like I said, the reason why I said we can't speak for all men because I've heard so many men have different thoughts. So this is generally where men have different thoughts. Not everyone likes natural. Some people like makeup. Some people don't like to be in the middle. There's so many men that like different things. But I wanted to kind of see what your perspective of. They also want to know what birthday makeup actually is. I know we say that in UK because it's quite a normal thing.
So we say in the UK it's in jest. So it's more like makeup you would wear on your birthday, full face of makeup, contour, the whole 9 yards. If I smashed your head in a birthday cake, all the icing would be on your face, all the foundation would be on your face. Do you know what I mean? I'm joking, but you get what I mean. Loads of foundation on your face, that kind of thing, like,
That's what birthday makes. Basically, it's your heavy setting. Basically, like, do you know what I mean? You know, it's like you are going to the nines at that point. You know what I'm saying? Full glam, full beat, heavy beat. Yes, AJ, like AJ Pink. Yeah, that's what it is. So that's what we mean by that. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. Alpha Watch as well. Just want to get that point there. That's good. Yeah. So different men have different viewpoints, and ladies, choose whatever you want to choose. They're men for all types. So we were talking about Naeem and Zeta. Siwe, what's your thoughts on Naeem and Zeta?
Is it Life of Bud? Did I say it right? Let me know.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm so glad you mentioned the Dr. Umar thing. I'm glad you said it, so I didn't have to say it, because that's the vibe that I was getting from him. And she gives the vibe kind of like I can do bad all by myself type of vibe. Like, she's very, very confident. And so I was watching his kind of like body language reactions when she could say like, oh, you know, I get what I want, things like that. He kind of like made it light of it, but I could tell that he was kind of like, I don't know what that means. He just strikes me as a person who likes a more simplistic, minimalism type of lifestyle. It's just the vibe I get from him. Again, I agree that we need to see more to really kind of figure this out. But he doesn't seem like he would be into anything that's like financial, a whole bunch of gift giving and things like that. I think if they do work out, it's going to be really on some opposites attract type thing, because they just seem very, very different. They seem like they had like a decent connection, like the vibe, their flow was good. Their banter back and forth was good. Like the way the conversation kind of rocked it was a natural flow. But they just seem like very different people. So I think we need time on them. But he did make sure to emphasize, you can't lock me down. I'm gonna see this process out. I think that was him who said that. He wants to see the process out, and you know, whatever.
That was him sweating.
Yeah.
that was him sweating. Because why would you need to mention that? You need to see the whole process out. Like I think we all know you're gonna have to date other people. Go for it, Kia.
But let's go here. It's the thighs, because y'all remember he on camera mentioned that she was touching his thigh. I was like, what up this season with them thighs? Why is all these ladies touching the thighs? Like, so at that point, he forgot all about the weave and everything else, because Kojo, and I'm going to throw them under the bus again, Sean was like, you could touch the thighs. I don't know, like, what's up with the thighs, but when she touched that thigh, he was like, I don't see the weave. I don't see the little foundation. We can go with this. And he might, like I said, be willing to hit, but not stay, because that's not, like you said, C-Way, I see him more like, you know, because he got to hit the African, you know, garb on. He just seemed more like a natural laid back guy. And she seemed like she was a little bit more of a high maintenance when she was like letting him know, like, I buy. I mean, let's be realistic. That's not going to work long term. If you like to just go to Greece and go do all these, you know, fantastic things, and you got somebody else that's low key, they not into that. Like, because I heard nails are $150 now. I'm not paying $150 for my nails. But what if it is a girl that is paying that or doing these things, and he like, not long term.
£150, $150 for nails. What are they putting on your nails? Liquid gold?
No,
is Salt Bay involved?
Where are you at, Seaway? In Michigan, I heard that it's like those rhinestones. You know those girls with like, what's her name? The girl that with the blonde hair. What's her name? Aisha, those
yeah.
nails like that, Kojo.
$450.
$150.
You know what's mad, yeah? You know,
I got a pedicure this summer, and well, you know, I always get a pedicure, but I got a special one, and they was like $80. I was like, $80.
$80?
Wait, all they did was put some white polish on there.
Hey, you gonna get your hands done. You're gonna have to touch me all day. I'm sorry, because fam, I had to make sure you get $150 worth of touching. What's that about?
So if you ask your girl, can I get your nails done? You about to come out at least $100, and not mention she wants the toes too. So you know, I guess that's a intimidating. Like, men look at that too, because you have to consider that. Like, Do I gotta keep this up? Because again, let's say she stopped working. She still her hair done and her nails. Kojo, why you laughing?
Kojo knows that we're gonna have to stand over them while they do the nails to make sure that it actually looks good.
Because I didn't over her mic, but I don't know where she's at. But like here in Michigan, that's like the going rate. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have these nubs. Like,
so Chicago is definitely like 80, 90 for full.
$80-$90. How much is that in UK pounds, bro?
Same thing in DC.
See?
I think it's expensive here as well, bro.
What happened to the £20 nail set, bro? I remember those days, bro.
The acrylics. That's the acrylic nails.
What happened to the acrylics days, bro? What happened to the £20 nail thing, fam? What's this I'm hearing? Hey, you lot are suffering out here. It is the ghetto out there. Get you a man that can do all of those things. I ain't it. Okay, get a man that's gonna pay that.
Stop being
with a
cheap,
6-figure.
You being cheap. You being cheap.
No. Get you a man of 6 figures.
No grooming is cheap. That's why.
I don't know how often they get them done.
I can get my braids and I get my braids and a trim for under £45.
Yeah,
it's totally different. Man. Yeah.
Because I got a friend, I think he got a crush on me, but he be like, because he always keep throwing up stuff like, yeah, you got, somebody got to be able to afford you. And I'm like, I think I'm really like low key, but he be like, because he like, you got hair for days and this and that, whatever. I'm like, okay, but I didn't ask you. But like I said, they still looking at that like, that's going to be expensive.
God damn. Wow. Hey, listen, I'm going to have to pay for my girl to learn the whole course so she can do her own nails, okay? Because I'm thinking long term, okay? £150 every month is not looking like a good set. So let's think about paying for the course.
Kojo. I think you get I think you need a fill-in more often.
Sorry?
I think it's more than Robert. I don't think it's once a month. He's trying to make her to nail salon once a month.
They're going every 2 weeks, bro.
Every 2 weeks, Kojo. Every 2
weeks.
But I will say, depending on what she gets, it doesn't have to be that expensive. Like, I only ask my man for $45 for my nails because I get them short. So, they don't have to cost $75, $100. Some people just do the most. Not the most, but some people just, like them long with the rhinestones and the glitter and the money falling from them. So
I just need to I'm about to channel my inner girl here. I mean, this doesn't work for our long-term budget set where we're going. Every 2 weeks, you want to spend $150. No, we're gonna have to find another way. Okay,
that's a turnoff. So like
that's $300 a month going on just your nails. Just your nails.
Well, like Robert said, let's say she decides she don't want the rhinestone. So again, she said that you can
get you a queen from the Nation of Islam, you'll be alright,
bro. Don't even worry about that. I'm getting someone like Mela who will pay for her own independence. We love it, fam. I'm not gonna question her on what she spends. I don't care. Okay, all right. God damn, $300 a month.
And a good wig costs like $500.
I don't want to know. Listen, I'm already scarred from wigs. I just paid $500 for someone, so I'm not even trying to.
Whoa.
Don't worry about who. Don't worry about who, C-Way. Don't worry about that. You know what I'm saying?
We want to know, C-Way.
You ain't gonna know who it is, right? Okay, you ain't gonna know about that. Okay. God damn.
That must have been.
Thank you, Kiki.
That was an RPG show wig. That was a good wig. It was $500.
In UK, it's slightly different for you guys because that equivalent would be you guys wigs are hella expensive compared to UK.
C-Way, no RPG. That's my wig.
$500. That's you got her the wig. That's gonna last about 3 years.
Kojo, it's not cheap over here. It's not cheap over here.
Well, it depends what kind of wigs you're getting, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
because even 500 wasn't covering the whole wig. It's not covering the whole wig.
It's not covering the whole wig. Because C-Way just said RPG, the best invisible lace, the best lace. But again, $500 a pop, depends on what colors you add to it. But around $500.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get a payment plan. So but thank you, Kiki James. That's going towards someone's next wig for the next year. We'll put that towards the next wig. Yo, do you know what? I knew things were expensive, but bruh, like that's a lot.
And when I had a boo, I worked the system. You know what I'm saying? You know how to be slick. He peeped that I was slick. Like I might go get my own nails done, my own and get my hair. And then I'll ask you for money for something else. Be like, oh, I need some lunch money.
You think you slick?
I need some such and such. So
What, $150 for lunch?
One way or another.
Kia says she's going to ask for $150 for lunch. So what kind of lunch you going to? No, I'm hearing you. Okay, no. I'm hearing you. Okay, it's making sense. But this is good to know, though. This is good to know because obviously these are some of the things that I guess maybe go underneath the radar and don't get spoken as much into in a relationship. And I guess it depends on people's particular preferences in terms of how they. Let me ask a question though, innit? Now I'm intrigued, innit? Now you got me intrigued. Last question before we move on to the next couple on that. So, like, obviously, are you expecting your man to pay for your wigs and your nails? Let me hear that question. I want to answer that to the ladies. If you're in a relationship, whether you're married or in a relationship, are you expecting them to pay for that maintenance? See where you raised your hand. What do you want to say?
Well, first, I think it depends. It depends on if you're like married. Of course, you're living with your partner. But if you are in a serious relationship and you're living with them, and the man is paying for, let's say the man is paying for everything, like the rent or the mortgage and the major stuff, then I think it would be you should probably pay for your own hair, nails, and whatever. But if you guys are living separately in a relationship, I think it's a nice thing for a man to do, to pay for that stuff if you're both paying your own, living things. But an expectation, no, you shouldn't. I never have expected any man to pay for my hairs and my nails and my upkeep. I feel like at the end of the day, that's my responsibility to upkeep myself. But it's always nice when it happens. I always appreciate it. But expect not for your own personal upkeep. No.
Okay, let me rephrase it slightly because I know the word expect, even for me, it triggers me a little bit. But maybe change the word expect. Would you be hurt? Would you see the man differently if he didn't offer to do this regularly for you? That's what I should ask. So I know expect has got a heavy connotation to it. Would it sway your thinking towards him if he wasn't doing that? That's what I want to say. Like keeping upkeep for your nails and your wigs and stuff like that.
No. But I know a lot of people who feel differently than me. But for me personally, no. Only time if I get my nails paid for is because I get my husband to go with me to the nail shop, and then once we're in there, then he gets his toes done and he pays for my nails. But if I go on my own, then I pay for my own nails. But I also think it really depends on if you have a man that's paying for your whole mortgage or your whole rent and all the stuff in the house. I think it's a lot to be like, oh yeah, and pay for my upkeep too. Then it's kind of like, what are you paying for? I don't know what you would be doing, But yeah, that's kind of.
I agree.
That's how I feel. But it's always nice.
I agree with you.
Okay, I appreciate it, Siwe. So Lady S, you were gonna say?
It wasn't me, but
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. For me per se, I don't wear wigs. I have enough hair, so I don't wear wigs.
Okay.
I don't do my nails. I cut them or I have them long. So, and the men that I've dated are very generous. So I've never had the expectations. I've had offers. So I really don't know. I really don't know if I would be offended, just because maybe of the type of men that I date. So I don't know. I don't know if I would be offended.
So imagine if one of those guys didn't offer to pay.
Because I don't wear wigs, I do my hair on my own. It's not something that would come up in a conversation. Because I do my hair by myself. So for me, it's not an expense in my budget. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear that. Appreciate Lady S. Araba, sorry, I cut you off earlier. I'll go for it. Sorry, I thought it was Lady S. My bad.
No, you're good. I was saying that I agree with Siwe. I don't necessarily expect the person that I'm with to regularly pay for my nails and toes, but I do appreciate time and time again, if that person does want to cover me. Like my man knows I go to do my nails and my toes like every 2 weeks religiously. And so he has given me money before for it, but it's not an every time thing. And I don't expect him to either because I work and this is something that I'm choosing to do. I don't need to do my nails to live. Right. So it's like, I think it's a little unfair to ask this person, hey, can you always pay for my nails? I don't need my nails to like survive. It's like a luxury. It's a privilege. It's something that I do to pamper myself. So if that person wants to, help me pamper myself, I feel like there's nothing wrong with that, but it shouldn't be an expectation. That's just, it's a personal choice, not his.
I hear that. Thank you very much. Kia, what are you saying?
I'm straight because, like I said, sometimes like that's like that secret embarrassment. Sometimes you can't believe how much you pay for like some bundles or a wig, or whatever. So I really don't want you to know that because most guys gonna be like, "What?" Because one guy seen one of my receipts and he was like, "You pay that much for some hair?" So I don't need all those questions and all those, the judgment. So we straight on that. But like I said, I probably need my own dark arts channel because again, I am not always delivered because I'm gonna work you out. That's what it was. We was like, I can't deal with you. But he still let me work them. But I'm like, like I said, I forgot who said it, but if you pay the mortgage or the rent, the real stuff that counts, that's what really counts. Like I said, I can take care of the hair, the nails, I work or whatever. But the major stuff where I'm saying, like I'm on the side of the road, I have a flat tire, and you don't offer, then that's like, dang, you just gonna leave me out here on the road? Those are the things that really matter to me. But hair, nails, I'm on some grown woman stuff. Like I said, I want you to do the stuff that I can't do. I can take care of hair, nails.
No, I appreciate you guys, ladies, sharing that because like I said, I think it was just on my mind when I was thinking about it. I was like, I wonder what are maybe expectations or what people's thoughts are. It's always good to kind of get a different kind of perspective because sometimes we don't always get to have this conversation with women, so it's good to get your perspective on that. Different types of perspective on that as well. Just also as well, I saw a post today and it was someone said they expect any man that comes to their house that when they leave, they take the bin out. So it made me think about when I was asking about the nails thing. Maybe there's different thoughts that people have. You know what I mean? There are expectations that people don't really voice.
Wait,
so.
3 people who said the bin. What's that?
It was a
garbage.
The garbage, yeah, the garbage, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
Sorry.
okay, this is kind of using slang, and I'll be like, what is that? That's UK.
No,
sorry, yeah,
but
UK
that's
yeah,
that's definitely a requirement. That's a requirement. So
wait, what's wait.
So Araba, if you come to my house, can I expect
me
you to,
with my nails
to cook?
looking fresh?
This is what I'm talking about.
Garbage?
Can I expect you to cook?
Me with my nails looking fresh, you expect me to remove garbage?
To cook?
Wait.
Nonsense.
Hey, Araba, wait. I'm coming to your house. And then you're secretly in your mind, you're expecting the bin is there, it's full, and you expect
take it out. Yeah.
Why did you take your own bin out? What happened? I don't live with you.
You here to help me. That's different from here because you just started something. That's different. So if you come over and you see my trash can and it's trash day on Tuesday, and you like walk past it, or let's say you pull up and you see my trash out front, and then you just park your car next to the trash and then come on to the door. I'm not even about to open the door for you. Why you didn't bring that trash while you was in here? Let's say that means you're thinking about me. Just like the lady across the street, she was shoveling her snow. Michigan, we have snow that be like real up to your knees. She out there shoveling. Your man just left. How you out there shoveling snow? Girl, he shouldn't have got them cookies because I know he got the cookies and now you shoveling snow. No. My mama said back in the day, like I said, that was wrong advice. I told her, you was telling me out here that you had me tricking out here. So you come home on the weekend, you like, Mom, can I have $20? So you was gone all weekend. You here broke. But if you got a man, there's no excuse that he shouldn't be taking care of you on that aspect. The hair, nails, no. But if you let my garbage sit there, we got a problem.
So, can I answer Life of Baj question?
Go for it.
The funny thing is, yes, I will cook for my man, right? When he makes me feel secure and safe and he does housework, like, fixing the doors or the blinds or fixing broken pipes and stuff, I'm going to cater to him and cook for him and rest in my feminine energy. I don't understand why people ask that question as if I do this, are you going to do this for me? Of course I am. It's no problem. at all for me. I don't know how other women feel about it, but it's like I love when a man does like manly things. And in my opinion, manly things are taking care of like the heavy things that I don't want to carry. So that's just me and my preference.
Wait.
Yeah, no, Araba, I don't have a problem with that. I think it was, I was just trying to play on the idea of these.
No, I know. I'm
male and female stereotypes or gender roles. That was what I was trying to play on, but it's fine. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's the entitlement.
Yeah,
it's the expectation and the
Why are you not
entitlement.
taking your bin?
That's
I
all
don't
it is.
understand.
That was what it is. And what I saw the tweet as well. It was very it was meant to trigger. It was worded with like trying to shame.
Yeah, she
shame
didn't
the
say
man.
it. She said any man. She said any man. It wasn't just
No to the men.
Just trying to shame men.
Okay.
Let you come over my house and my sink dripping, and then you just say, "Excuse me, where's your wrench at?" or whatever. I'm like, what? Because you know it's already not something wrong with it. But for somebody to come in and fix something without you asking, that's like men. That's like ultimate. Like I said, you can keep the hair and the nails, but that stuff like that we can't do on our own. Take note. Pay attention to what's going on. If you see her tires low, go ahead, like, girl, let me take that car to the tire shop. She like, ooh.
It's funny. The perspective is funny though, because I was raised in a West African household, and when you go to people's houses, you're a visitor, you're a guest.
Yeah, you're a guest.
We don't move like this. We get waited on hand and foot, kind of in a sense. So these type of things aren't things we're gonna do. However, I think in a relationship, I totally get where you guys are coming from. I get the perspective, and I think it's a good practice for men and women to have, and I think it's all of. You have to sort of be in agreement. I think it shouldn't be something that you resent each other for.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I read the tweet and I was laughing. I was laughing because it's like, I find it so intriguing that we buy into certain gender roles, but it's the expectation that I laugh at, right? Because I know Araba says she'll cook if she feels safe and everything. Yeah, but wait till I say it's an expectation. Wait till I say when you come to my house, I expect that you've cooked. When you got there, you should be thinking about cooking. Why have you left the house without cooking? And you're gonna tell me one day I was tired. Yeah, well, I don't care. I expect that to happen. See, we say things about men like I expect the bin to be taken because it's sexy for you. It's warm. It's like it's a masculine thing. I get it, but when we flip it, it sounds mad. I expect when you come to my house. It is.
Araba, you're Ghanaian, right? You're from Ghana, right?
Yes.
Are you bringing water? You bringing water to help your man wash his hands before he eats as well?
Oh, my mom never did that, so let's not even.
Then we ain't doing no gender roles out here, man.
Listen, I openly admit my biases. Like I wear them proud on my chest. I'm biased. And in my household, I have watched my mother. I've never seen my mother take out the trash ever. In my 27 years of life, I've never seen this woman lift up trash for nothing because my dad has always taken out the trash. So that's just the standard that was set in my household. That is what I've watched, and that is what I prefer for me going further. But my dad can cook, but my mom, she also always made an effort to cook for her family all the time, right? And so not saying that, I wouldn't be a little bit bothered if my man said it's an absolute requirement that dinner is on the food at 4 p.m. every single day of your life. But it's kind of just like, this is what has worked for my parents. And it wasn't like a stated requirement, but they did what was needed to be done in their household and what worked for them, right? So like my dad used to get home at like 7 p.m., but my mom would get home at like 4. So it was more convenient that she cooked for the family at that time versus, any other way. So that's just for me personally. I know a lot of people are going to disagree, but hey.
I don't actually disagree. I don't disagree with it at all because everyone has their kind of levels. So I don't disagree. I'm only just kind of like, kind of a little bit challenging. For instance, when you said obviously mom gets home at 4, dad gets home at 7. It's convenient that she cooks, right? Because she's home before your dad. Well, if you're already at home, it's convenient you take the bin out. It's like you're already at home. The bin is there. Why are you waiting for me to come and take your bin out? But
I'm not waiting.
It's not about the bin. It's not about the bin, is it?
Nonsense.
No. So I'm with you. It's not about the bin. It's about the ideas we hold and what we expect of particular genders. For instance, men might want a feminine woman, and they might say, I want a woman that cooks, because that expectation is woman cooking is feminine, right? So I'm not actually saying that you're wrong. I'm saying it's based on what we all have as our expectations of what men and women do in that relationship. So I'm not coming against you. I actually see it differently, but I see why you see it that way, because like you said, it's what you've seen. Do you know what I'm saying? So I can work with that, you know. I can work with it. It's interesting though.
But it's a two-way street, because now you got me over here on fire. It's a two-way street. So the same guy that would like want to pass the garbage bin, be like, "What you cook?" I ain't cook nothing, because you relevant. People are always like, "What you eating today? What you cooking?" Nothing. Air.
That's petty. That's petty.
Yeah, it's petty, but like, cool. So I was like, "Get out of here."
You still got to do your role, man.
But again, you do the right thing. You will have a woman doing all kind of stuff, like, you know. One dude had me making lunches and stuff. I was cutting up the sandwiches and all kind of stuff. But again, if you're not playing that role, you don't get those, benefits. But again,
and I'm gonna take out the bin. If that's what I've got to do to get a raw thing, I'm gonna take out the bin. I'm not even trying to argue. If that's what it takes to get y'all in the mood, I'm gonna take out the bin. I'm not even gonna argue. If that's what it's taking, why am I arguing about that? If that's what's gonna get y'all in the mood and make you feel like I'm sexy at that moment, I'm gonna take out the bins before you even ask. Okay, the bin's already in the bin before you even realize. Okay, don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about it. All right, sorry, I distracted everybody. My bad. Listen, I know the audience. We were having a bit of fun on this panel. My bad. I took everybody away from the conversation. What we're talking about. We are talking about Ready to Love, guys. Sorry if you just joined. You probably just joined midway through the conversation. We were having a bit of fun talking about some other topics. I think we need to bring back Friday deep dives again, man, because this was hilarious. We're back on Ready to Love. We were talking about Naeem and Zeta. We're going to switch it up now. I know Jay's also joined us, and Layla's also joined us as well. Welcome to you, ladies, as well. It's good to have you guys, ladies, on the panel as well. Laughable, we are outnumbered, but don't worry, brother. We'll hold it down at acres. Okay, so let's talk about the next person involved. Let's talk about someone a bit more. I think everybody can talk about, because there was this what was happening. Do you get me? We had obviously Corey situation, and I want to find out your thoughts on the Corey and the Courtney situation. Yeah, I'm intrigued to find out what you guys' thoughts are on this situation, because it was quite I don't want to say gray, but I think some people probably might not have seen it. Some people might see it one way, some people might see it in a different way. So I'd love to get you guys kind of perspective on, especially the move that he made on Courtney. Maybe you can shed a bit more light from your perspective, your angle, what you guys, you ladies and gentlemen, thought about the situation. Since I got new guests, let me let them go first. It's kind courtesy to do that when you have guests in your house, to let them come and have, firsts, what I'm saying, and not take out bins. But anyway, Jay, go for it. What was your thoughts on I'm petty. What was your thoughts on Corey and Courtney? Go for it.
I was okay at the back, I didn't have to be first. Hey everybody. So Corey, I'm gonna start with Corey. Brother cannot read the room, and I want to say he can't read the room, but to be honest, I think he don't want to read the room. I think he wants it to be what Corey wants. It's a number game for Corey. So Corey is cutting pace. He's going to do the same thing over and over, because in his mind, if I do the same thing, at some point it's going to succeed. And we know the definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over. But in his mind, somebody's going to bite the bait. If I keep throwing my line out there, I'm going to catch something. That's how he fishes. That's it. Brother keeps moving mad because he crosses barriers before he even asks to cross the barriers. That's what his biggest problem is. He does things and then asks permission. And I know a lot of people like to go around and say, oh, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than ask permission. No, because in some cases, that can get you in a whole bunch of trouble. And once you're behind bars, it gets harder to ask permission. Once you in them courtrooms, it gets harder to ask for forgiveness. And once you get in them courtrooms, it gets harder to ask for forgiveness. So though you might think it's a cute gesture, if you just being a man, whatever it is, in today's day, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with those moves. You putting it on just a little too much. Your grounds on moving in front of Courtney was that you need to catch balance in your skates. Brother, you're leaning against a wall. How much more balance can you get? So why you rolling in front of her only makes you continue to roll in front of her, and then you're rolling with your lower half closer. If you notice, we're at a lean. So you're rolling to put yourself upon her. That's not, she's not asking you for that. I don't care if she says it, she don't, her body language all around was not asking or inviting you in. It was to the point that she put her arm up. You know, so you got to be careful with that. I like the date overall, like I say, because even though we're in the room with other potentials, I'm saying Courtney for this part, is because I don't pay attention to the fact that you're on a date with somebody else. I'm actually engaged in the date that I'm in with the person I'm with. So I really appreciate that, because you're actually giving that person a fair chance to say, hey, you know, let me see what you're about. And granted, Courtney said from jump, she liked Corey. That's her type. So of course she's going to sit there and say, let me see what he do, see if he talk his way out of it. Corey somehow is still on it. He hasn't worked his way out of it. That last minute move of the flowers that kept him in there or whatever for her for right now. We'll see what happens later on. But that last minute move, he redeemed himself. The rest of the stuff, you push him borderlines. You touchy-feely, too touchy-feely. It's her love language, granted, but ease into it. You know, start with a little brush up against her. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. See if there's any energy between y'all. Because sometimes you could do that accidentally brush and you could feel a person warmth, or you could feel that their like coldness. If you feel that coldness from them, don't go no more. You feel a little warmth, you play it off, get a little smile out of it, you know, and then joke, make a little banter behind it. Like, you know, I can get a little more touches off of you. Something, you know, there's smooth ways to really get into it. But like I said before, anything goes with the person that knows how to woo you. If they know how to woo you, they know how, they got this swagger about them, they got this confidence about them, anything can go. I don't know. Corey has a knack of finding the right women that he can get away with some of this stuff with. I hate to say it. Sabrina was not the one. Courtney, a little bit more. Moomin, a little bit more than Courtney. Brother has some type of talent. Find it. He's a salesman. Let's put it like that. He knows who to sell his cars to, and that's what he's gonna do. Courtney, on the other hand, sweetie, I don't fault you much, because you did put the block up on him like, hey, you moving in just a little too much. I sort of got his space back. I appreciate you for really keeping engaged with your date and not going to the other side worried about what was going on elsewhere. You know, Corey, though, you are a mess right now. We'll get on that later, all the rest of the mess. But that's it for now.
I hear you not. Thank you very much, Jay, for that. Appreciate that. Strong start. Layla, welcome to the conversation. It's good to have you.
Hi, guys.
Hey, man.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm good.
All right. So, Corey. All right. First, we all know that Corey is corny. Last week, I actually started to realize that, like, it's a socially awkward, like, you know, like it's almost to the point where, like, he's underdeveloped socially. So I almost don't hold some of these things against him, because Corey seems like the type of person who, once he grew into his man body, he didn't know what to do. So he started emulating what he saw around him, and what you see around you, if you're surrounded by a certain type of dude, is toxicity, right? It's a lot of very aggressive ways of pursuing women. So I think that he emulated that because he really didn't have any good models, because he sounds confused. He sounds almost like he's not, like, it's like literally a game to him. But the way he goes about it is so, he literally put his eggplant on her thigh when they were in the skating rink, literally pressed up on her to the point where I was like, yeah, is this actually happening? He had the hand on the front of the hip. It's so inappropriate. It's so inappropriate. Just the same way that he handled Moomin on that log, their first date. It's like, it's very inappropriate the way that he integrates his manhood into these conversations on the first date is very, very inappropriate. It's not even like, it's not even just not smooth. It's like it shows like there's like it's almost like because you're 40, it's like you really can't even get past this. It's either just going to work or it's not. And he compensates with chivalry. And since there's so much chivalry lacking in the dating scene, and I'm not saying everybody, and I'm not saying, you know, please don't come at me with the whole like there's good men and there's chivalrous men and da da da. Like I know that, right? But generally speaking, it's not the salient note that you get if you just throw yourself out into the dating pool. You can't just take for granted that you're going to meet a man who is chivalrous and kind and thoughtful and does acts of services for you. You may, but it's not common. So it's like he can kind of round out this behavior that's highly aggressive with some of these acts, like, oh, I brought you flowers, and oh, let me change your tire, and you know, just doing things that are somewhat gentlemanly. So it's a really confusing situation. I really think he doesn't know what he's doing, and it's just coming off so lecherous. Like I don't know how he's getting past these women's like radar detectors. Maybe because he's so blatant with it that they just almost can't believe what they're seeing and experiencing, and they just brush it off and give him a pass. But it's like, that's a huge red flag. That has happened to me before. I've been out and a dude who's literally like 6'7" was trying to approach me to talk to me and stood so close to me that I had to crane my neck up to look at him. And I was like, I think you're a little too close. What you're really trying to do is you're trying to like sort of overwhelm me with your physical presence. It's almost to the point where like I either have to back up, showing that I'm uncomfortable, kind of giving you a little bit more power in this situation, or I have to stand there and be physically touching you, even though I don't know you, and I would have never wanted to do that under any other circumstances. Like it's not okay what Corey is doing. And I guess because he does it with a smile and he's so clumsy with it, that people are kind of giving him a chance. Like, I never choose the corny guy. Let me go ahead and see what's going on. But like, he's a little too touchy. It doesn't matter if physical touch is her love language. That to me, that has nothing to do with some stranger like rubbing up against you in a skating, you know, at the skate zone. Like that's not what it means at all. I was weirded out by that. I kind of had given Corey a couple passes last week because I realized how awkward he was and that maybe one-on-one he could be a little bit more genuine. But after this episode, I'm kind of like, what's wrong with you? Sorry, no slack.
I hear you, Layla. I hear you. Hood Boucher, what are you saying? You want to say something?
I want to follow up with Layla. I'm glad she said it. So, like, I looked at his job, so marketing consultant. I'm like, you haven't had any sexual harassment because the stuff he's doing is out of order. You know, there's personal space. But now, when I want to piggyback, because I always get in trouble. So I'm thinking like his man part. Like I said, he's just grinding his man parts all up on people. So you notice when they do the interview that they first say like, oh, he's so awkward, he's so gross and this and that or whatever. But in the same outfit later on in that interview, you're saying, well, he's nice. So I'm like, okay, is the man part, you know, big or something or nice? Because it's like, you notice they change after all of a sudden when he's grinding up on them. Because remember, even Tasia, she was like, boy, get off of me or whatever. And then she was like, came and gave him the bad news. And all of a sudden she like, I remember. And then remember Moomin when he was all on her back. So maybe he know he got something. That's why he always want to put it on somebody. Because he wants you to feel. Because Moomin, he all on her back. You're like, oh, okay. And then with her, she was like awkward at first, but when he came in a little bit more, she was like, and you know, Courtney is there for that. She said she there. So I'm just wondering if the women, like you said, Seaway last week, ready to lust. Like maybe they, you know, women in 2021 like to get it in like the men, but I just can't see like a woman, mature woman, letting somebody come in their personal space to even let me feel your man parts at this stage. So I just wonder if the women. And like I said, I think he work out too. So I think he said he got a 6-pack and all that stuff. So maybe they not thinking about his awkwardness. But he is a creep, Layla.
Okay.
We like
lady.
Too, like, oh, sorry.
Okay. We'll discuss this further. Lady S and then Araba. Sorry. Lady S and then Araba. Sorry.
So concerning Corey, I feel that he has a technique where he applies pressure and also love bombs the ladies. So I feel that on one side you have this man crossing boundaries, applying pressure, but also love bombing you. So I feel it's like a technique to bring confusion to your mind, because I do see how he operates. He'll bring his body upon you, and then he'll be telling you how much he likes you. So I feel it does confuse the women. And Courtney, I could see that she was uncomfortable, but also because she's also a bit like him. She's always touching and feeling upon these men. I feel that in her mind she might have felt uncomfortable, but she might have thought like, listen, I'm a bit like him. I like to also touch these men, so it's okay. And I think because she was on TV, she didn't say anything because she did want to have a bit of control. And anyway, that's what it looked like to me when I watched their little uncomfortable scene. Yeah.
Appreciate it, yes, thank you. Good perspective there as well. Araba, thank you, go for it.
Yeah. So I actually don't think that the woman, so Courtney and Mumin, for example, or specifically, I don't think they were as comfortable with Corey's actions as they kind of led us on to believe. And I say that because I know for myself and for so many of my friends and women I know in general, we often, in certain situations where we feel uncomfortable or feel like a man is too close, or just we're in a situation where we feel pressured, it's sometimes difficult to like voice how you're feeling in that moment. Like I don't know if I don't want to compare the situation to like a rape, but you know how they say, just because I don't say no, that doesn't mean that I wanted it, right? And so this is kind of what I'm thinking about in this situation with Mumin and Courtney. I feel like I don't think they wanted him to brush up on them like he did, but I also feel like it was just they were not sure how to navigate that situation in a way that wasn't uncomfortable for the both of them, and also didn't translate awkward and weird on camera because they are being filmed, right? And so there's so many moving pieces that they have to be aware of. And I kind of just feel like I felt bad for them. I really felt bad for them. Like Corey blindsided Mumin by just hopping behind her and then galloping the way that he did, and then with him like completely disgustingly invading Courtney's space to a point where it's like beyond awkward. It's just like, you are literally up on me and I did not invite you to be up on me. Like this is actually a problem, right? And I felt so uncomfortable watching this scene because I almost felt like, am I watching someone be like sexually harassed low key? Like this is really close. Like I can understand if I'm making movements to kind of like, you know, make you come towards me. So if I'm flirting with you, if I'm touching your shoulder, if I'm like, you know, getting inching closer to you, then I can understand if you reciprocate that energy and you move closer to me. But I feel like in that moment Courtney was just talking. I don't understand how he translated that as, let me come in front of her and literally put my body parts up on her. I don't understand. Where was the, like, did I miss a piece of communication? Like, was there a gap or something? I just feel like he just does not care. I think Seaway was the one that said it, or maybe Jay said it, that he literally does not care about reading the room. It's all about fulfilling his agenda. And I also don't think he has the capacity to read the room, right? So, and this comes with like the social awkwardness and the lack of ability to kind of like read people, and to respect boundaries. I don't think he has the capacity to kind of, you know, interpret these signals and truly understand how uncomfortable he makes people. So it's just disheartening because I don't want these women to, like, women are different. So you have the Sabrinas and then you have the Mumins and the Courtneys. You have people who are going to speak up for themselves, defend themselves. And then you're going to have people who are a little bit timid or shy, or kind of like they don't want confrontation. So for the women that are not able to navigate those situations, that advocate for themselves, I worry about them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them to continuously be put in this situation. And so this leads me to my next point. Corey should have been gone. Like, there's no reason for this man to still be on this show. And it kind of just is a little bit of a reflection of how, and I don't want to put the onus on the women, but I kind of feel like he's been giving blatant signs from early on that he is just creepy predator, and so he should have been gone like day one. I'm hoping he goes home the next male elimination. If he doesn't, that just shows me like we gotta work on our picker, and we kind of have to work on just, deciphering who's really here for what and why. But I think due to the previews, I think the woman will start to really flesh things out. But I just hope it's not a situation where he lands in the bottom two and then makes it again. That cannot happen. He has to go home. He doesn't respect people's boundaries. It's a little bit too much sexual energy for me. So yeah, that's just my opinion.
Totally hear you. Totally hear you, Robert. Seaway, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I agree. I was really uncomfortable with everyone. I was uncomfortable during that scene. I do remember last week I said that Corey was growing on me, but I needed to see him in like a second date scenario. We still haven't seen him in a second date scenario, but with this particular first date scenario, I don't know. The log was bad, but this one to me just felt worse. I personally felt like secondhand, just uncomfortableness. I know it's not a word, whatever. For Courtney, and I also agree that like most of us women who've been in these type of situations, it's hard in the moment to kind of realize what's happening to you until it's too late. And we already know, even though we're the ones that our space has been violated, people still look at us like we're causing a scene and we're causing the problem, which is probably why she just tried to play it off. But I 100% don't believe that she was comfortable with that at all. She looked uncomfortable, and he knew that she was uncomfortable. And hold on. Sorry.
You're good, don't worry.
Yeah. She sorry, that's my computer. She knew that he knew, sorry, the text messages are throwing me off. He knew that she was uncomfortable. So yeah, but what I think about Corey staying on, I think Corey is going to stay on. I have to tell my friend to stop texting me so I can talk. Sorry, guys.
Okay, you're just popular.
Yeah, it's gonna keep dinging. 1 second. Yeah. So, but what I think is Corey is gonna stay on if he learns his role and he stays in his league. I think he's trying to get into Courtney's lane, and I think Courtney is outside of his reach, and he's gonna reach for her, and I think that is how he's gonna end up being eliminated. If he focused on Newman, was that her name, right? If he focuses on her, I feel like he may be able to stay on the show. But now that he feels like he can reach for Courtney, I think that's how he's going to end up getting eliminated, because he's not learning which space he needs to stay in. And that's kind of what I think we see in the previews, that he's like dropping those weird love notes or whatever for Courtney, right? That's what it looked like he was doing, like being a super weirdo. And yeah, so I think that's how he's going to end up being eliminated. And that's about it. But I do think he is making sure that he's standing apart, that he's kind of pulling himself apart from the rest of the cast by being a gentleman, changing tires, getting flowers for people, and the rest of those men aren't doing that. And that's why Cornelius was looking at him with the stank face when he showed up with the flowers, when he could have bought somebody flowers too, but he didn't want to do that. So, yeah.
Hearing you live I'm hearing live and well, Seaway. Hearing you live and well. Okay. Hearing you. Life of Booge.
Yeah, man. Yeah, do you know what? I think when I look at Corey, it reminds me of like that 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old boy who's, I guess, figuring himself out, trying to, I guess, get close to girls and in terms of that sort of initiating, or I guess breaking boundaries. That point is very awkward. It's there's no finesse to it. It's quite just unprepared. There's no real sort of consent to it. And what you find is, at that age, most girls at the same time, as maybe they are okay with it, or they don't know if they're okay with it, and it's just an uncomfortable area. So there isn't really much conversation around it. Is this okay? That kind of thing. Those type of things aren't asked because both parties are just trying to figure it out. And it's almost like he's stuck in that mentality. He's been doing it for a long time. And as I guess maybe as he's grown up, as women are been more responsive to him, he's just continued with it. And to the point now where he is doing it and he's intentional. He knows when not to do it. And you've noticed he isolates women. He's only doing it in situations where women are isolated away from either a group or it's on one-on-one situations. And that's a sign of you have predatory instincts. And I won't go on and say he's a full predator because he is once he maybe feels he's broken a boundary, even without them saying, or just maybe by something they say, he will pull away and he'll ask for consent after. And yeah, I think he's probably going to move along those lines. And I'm sure probably in the past, majority of the time, the reason why he's able to do it is because he knows it works for him in terms of it's a quicker way to get him what he's looking for. So I think these are the type of things that I'm seeing from him. But I find it interesting. I don't think that the reason why he's going to leave the show is going to be anything to do with the fact that he is, I guess, showing prejudice. The only way is if some of the other women catch him doing it to another woman, getting close like that. Then that's when it'll be an issue for them. I just think for the group of women he's done it to, I don't necessarily think this is a breaking of boundaries. I think it's just he's attractive. They find him attractive, so it's kind of like, oh, he's taken them by surprise, but they're not exactly against him doing it to them. So that's why you saw with Mumam, she basically invited him back on the love. She wanted him to continue that kind of thing. But this isn't a normal thing to do. It's not a normal way of engaging. We saw examples of mutual consent, mutual, I guess, hand-holding, knees against each other. And then obviously we saw with Frank and Aisha how that situation should work, or how a situation in terms of sort of getting close like that should work. And I think as you get older, and I think for most guys, you realize that it's much more beneficial for you to, if you are looking to break boundaries like that, to allow a woman to have a bit more play in it, especially when you're not necessarily that familiar with someone at that point, at the point that they are in these situations of their encounters meeting each other. I think as you get close, as you get more adept in your relationships, it's easier to have those situations, and it just becomes affection rather than a case of you're doing something for the first time, or do you know what I mean? It now just becomes showing affection. So I think this is where we're at. I think unfortunately, I think if this was a less attractive man on the show, or a man that everything would be even more creepier. But I even see it in some of the comments about Cornelius. Oh yeah, oh he's a creep, but he's fine though. Those kind of things come up. That's what people say, and you're like, do you know what I mean? So we've kind of played it out, and it's the same way where you get with, in some cases with the women, you'd allow more to happen. Camille, me and you were like, oh yeah,
yeah, no,
a little bit of that crazy. I don't mind. I mean, up to a certain point, because it's just the way we are wired as human beings.
It's true.
And it's only once he breaks a boundary, he goes too far with a certain woman, that's when we're going to sort of see that, hold on a second, he's been doing X, Y, Z, and I'm not comfortable, or they'll reflect on it after the show. But yeah, that's me on that.
So I just want to add, because Kia always come with the stories. A lot of times women just we will lie. Like, okay, it was a Caucasian guy, was creepy, all the way inappropriate at our job. but he was in a department with all Black women. He loved Black women, and he would just do the most inappropriate stuff. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, he's so creepy. Now, he even like he called himself helping me with my homework and was messaging me at 2:00 in the morning. That's when I still had a husband. And I'm like, I don't know why he messaging me, like, whatever. But he would do the creepiest, inappropriate stuff. And I'm like, you must don't know. My husband is like hood. But make a long story short, the women knew he was creepy. So then, come to find out, someone was creeping over to his house. And then he telling me about it. So I'm like, sis, if it was supposed to have been a secret, it's not. And I'm surprised you went over there for some Victoria's Secret bras. So they thinking that they was going to get some money from him. Like, oh, it's a bra sale. You know, just like little stuff. They like, oh, the Caucasian guy, we about to cash out on him. He, you know, got this important job. He making all his money and we going to just take it. But if you would have seen this guy, Kojo, nobody would sleep with him. I wouldn't. But the women were sleeping with him behind closed doors. And because I'm trying to, you know, girl code, like telling you, like, this is not a good look. He's telling people, like, what happened. Like, I heard this dude was taking out his stuff in cars. It was just like, ugh, I don't even want to think about it no more. But the women was going to his house, Kojo. And again, it was embarrassing because I'm like, I can't believe y'all went that low. Like, you seen this guy. Who? So Corey is going to hit something up in there. They just don't want nobody to know. Women do it all the time. They just don't know. I didn't like let something hit before in my past days. That I'd be like, I don't want nobody to know. You don't want to? Corey, it's image. The same thing we said about Troy. Them women was trying to get at Troy. We could like try to analyze whatever. Oh, he's creepy, but they letting him in. So if he's so creepy, all of a sudden y'all like, he's such a nice guy. He won me over, and y'all giggling and stuff. I don't know what their intentions are, but again, let's just be real. If the ladies in the comments, you know somebody didn't let somebody hit that they wouldn't want nobody to know about. And even though he's creepy, we don't understand. Corey gonna get he gets enough in, and he probably play that as his role. That he's like, oh, he's awkward. That's what we want to say. Oh, he's awkward. Give him a chance. Nah, that boy at my job was awkward, but he was getting it.
I don't disagree that. I mean, there's just truth that, you know, people are gonna do certain stuff that they say on the surface that they're not on it. Do you know what I mean?
Drive past some houses.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It happens, you know. It's not something that I haven't seen. So yeah, I definitely agree that. I think the thing is very similar to Troy last season. I think Troy had a bit more worse because the reactions by the women were a bit more wilder. You know, especially when he was trying to push up onto what's her name? Why have I gonna her name? Her name's gone in my head. The one I was dating, Jason. Sorry, and I forgot her name. Why is her name gone out my head? Who's dating Jason? Devil girl. Devil one.
Alexia.
Liz. Thank you, Liz. Sorry, my bad. My brain wasn't thinking. Yeah, when he pushed up on Liz, she actually literally had to dodge him. Right, and then after that, he had a situation where he pulled someone's bra. People weren't. He didn't. He pulled her bra in public, and she was like, "What are you doing?" Now, she didn't come out and say Troy harassed me. She didn't come out and say Troy wanted to. That Troy went too far. And the reason why is because sometimes to come out and say those things can be detrimental for the person to come out and say it, right? And sometimes people don't even realize that is a form of harassment, because we sometimes normalize people being able to do stuff to you, and it's not considered to be harassment. Right now, Corey's on the edge, right? Because in some sense, I actually get it. Even though I believe he's crossing boundaries and heading to a very dangerous territory, because we haven't got any other information apart from body language, which we're interpreting. He's potentially this could be us, our kind of viewpoint against what his viewpoint is. You know what I'm saying? But I think just from our perspective, or at least from my perspective, just reading the body language, I actually felt like he went over the line, both with women and with Courtney, because their reactions were so, like, women were surprised. That's not somebody who's also in the same place that you are in. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're in that space and we're both on that same level and plane, you don't just that brazen surprise. She was like, whoa. Now I know she told him to get back on, and that's where we can't. It's hard to argue on that point now because she told him to get back on. But like I was saying to someone else, if people don't realize that one of the reactions that happens when people are dealing with sexual assault or violence is to befriend the attacker. So people sometimes to survive an event, someone would befriend a person. So let me give you a very wild example. Okay, a wild example is, and unfortunately, I don't like saying the big R word, but if someone was about to be raped, the person would say, "Put a condom on," because that person's afraid. They're like, "At least just put a condom on." That's befriending your attacker. You don't want it, but you're like, you know what? I don't want to have to fight this person. This I could get hurt here. So one of the responses is to befriend the person. And that's what I'm saying. Like you reading the room is so important because I felt like in that space where he did, especially the Courtney one, if you watch the body language, it's really bad. The girl doesn't even look at him. She's not looking at him. Like I would be shook if I tried to make a move and the girl's not even looking at me, brother. Like you're crossing, you literally crossed past her. Yeah, he literally crossed past her, and then she's still talking about what she's talking about, but she does not even give him eye contact. Then when he gets too close, her hand comes up, and I'm like, if that for me, even though I'm seeing you consent after, I'm also a little bit shook because maybe you're trying to protect yourself. It's a bit like when the girl gives you a number and she don't like you, but she's scared because she's like, you know what, I don't want to get punched in the face or someone get. You hear mad stories. You know what I'm saying? So some people don't want to have that situation get any more escalated. So the response is do whatever I need to do in that moment just to survive and get out of there. That's why I'm saying we've got to be very careful. So I said this on Maria's live and I'm saying it on my particular live. If you're a man out there, I'm begging you to read the freaking room and read it well, right? Okay, read the freaking room well, right? Because it's you don't want to find yourself in a situation, okay, where this is now being spoken about after. You know what I'm saying? So I have to also hold the other aspect which open, which is, like I said, the ladies were still responding some way. But for me, my perspective, I can't see it that way because of the body language. But I can be open to the other aspect that maybe they are responding in a positive way and maybe I'm reading too much into it. I can hold that there. But me personally, Corey, if that was my sister, we're fighting. So, you know, yeah, it's a bit mad. So, but I take everybody's perspective as well. So I appreciate you guys sharing those different thoughts there. All right, let's move on.
Say something, Kojo.
Oh, sorry. I didn't read it. No, I've not been reading the chat. My bad. Sorry, guys. Who wanted to say something?
I did. Yeah, I just
Go for
wanted
it
to.
now, sorry.
I just wanted to say. Yeah, thanks. I wanted to say, when I was watching this and I was kind of taken aback, it wasn't because I was reading their body language, even though I did see both things. I saw discomfort, shock, and I saw flattery. Do you know what I mean? Like they are flattered that they're getting this attention. They're just uncomfortable with how quickly it came and how physically it came. Do you know what I mean? Like either way, that wasn't what I was sort of taken aback by. To me, it's kind of like there just has to be a minimum commonly understood way of engaging each other, right? In the whole courtship process, because most people are going to go through dating at some point in their life. And so we don't want to just normalize the type of behavior where a man meets you and then is putting his eggplant on your thigh and feeling up the front of your hips and whispering in your ear. That, like, we just don't want to normalize that. I just feel like this is a thing that, like, we all kind of collectively as society safeguard, like, what is appropriate and what is inappropriate, right? So it's kind of like, I almost feel like if they don't address it and they don't call it out as bad behavior, they're tacitly like saying that it's okay. They're kind of endorsing it. Like, why even show this if you're not going to comment on how inappropriate it is? It's just like on Married at First Sight. Like, why show all of these scenes without contextualizing it by saying, like, if you or anyone you know what I'm saying, is dealing with domestic violence, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like we're now just putting it out there and leaving it up to us to comment on it. But like, there are people who have a vested interest in allowing this to be normal, like normal discourse between men and women who just met. It's a slippery slope, guys. That's all I'm saying. It's like, we're the ones who make sure it doesn't slide too far down. We can't just like let Corey be doing this, even though I think he has predatory instincts. I don't think he's I don't see enough to say like he's a full blown predator, but I have been accused in the past of being too trusting. So you know what I mean? I can't, if the men are saying, yeah, he's that way, then I will trust you on that. But like, either way, what I've seen has not been enough for that, but it's just more like, it still is an example, not for him to be shamed necessarily, but for the behavior to be discussed and dismissed as unacceptable. Like, we just have to be on the same page about certain things.
I'm with you on that, Leda. With you on that. All right. Anyone else want to say something? Sorry, I missed the chat. Anyone else was going to say something? No? Okay, cool. Let me move on to another favorite couple of yours, Camille and Camille and your boy Cornelius, because Camille and Cornelius. What are our thoughts on these two, Camille and Cornelius? What's your thoughts on these two? Kia, go for it.
Tell me why your boy talking on the phone without his shirt.
I don't know.
Let's go back to that, all of you practicing abstinence, and you like, I just went back, gave my life over to the Lord. Get your boy C-Way, like Jay, get your boy, because I'm like, rewind. I had to rewind, like, you trying to be sex, you tempting. What? You're not gonna talk to your boss with your shirt off? Told you, are you talking to somebody with your shirt off? Like, come on now. You're not. That's you opening that door. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. Like the shirt. You talking to Camille with your shirt off, and you know she's, attracted to you. You know she wants you. But I was like interested in their real conversation. So it was kind of weird how he threw it back in her court, because she was like, thinking that she had one up on him when she wanted to talk about finances, and he was like, "Baby, I do debt free over here," and she was like, "Well, I got student loans," and she was like, "Well, yeah, with masters, 2 masters and a bachelor's, I'm probably gonna die with these debts." He like, no. So based on how much she owed for them student loans, she might be out there. He was still smiling, but long term. People that like to save and like, really like care about their money. We talked about that, with that love after lockup, $120,000. That's a lot of money. So it depends on how much you owe. And it's more than a mortgage. That might be a problem long term. So I just like how he, came back at that with that conversation. So that was a unique part that I picked up. Yeah, but that was the main thing with him in that shirt. So Courtney might get that, because I'm just like, now, even though he's saying that we went back, watch that again, that he's trying, the word trying. So those are not confident word choices, because there's probably going to be a slip up. Because you notice that he was kept watching Courtney. Why are you talking to Camille and you over there looking? You worried about what Courtney over there doing? Why? Why are you worried? That's real. She was just like, what's over there? So yeah, I don't know. Keep that thigh thing got him like so it might not be no redemption, because he done turned into a Christian F-boy too, another one over there, because he over there with his shirt off. So I like that he's saved her, but he did notice Camille's possessiveness, so he did say, okay, that it was. He got to keep an eye out for it. So he basically like, okay, it's okay now, but if you take it a little further, it's going to be a problem. So it might not go long term with them, because again, that debt, we need to know how much debt it is, and if she becomes too possessive, that was going to be a problem for her to take her out. So that's all I really have to say about that, other than put on a shirt.
I'm with you when I heard that too, and not even the fact that obviously he had a shirt off. It's the fact that Camille exposed it. I was like, baby girl, so you're not even discreet. You don't even know how to even keep secrets. You are not good at this game. You're not good at this game, especially after you tried to expose Courtney for having sex before marriage. But you out here talking conversations with his shirt off. You just as bad. You involved too.
But that's that temptation. That's why I said you opening the door. Last week I told you about that thigh. So if dude called me with his shirt off, I'm over here trying to, abstain. But I'm not gonna be like, if it's right, I'm gonna be looking like.
I can't really talk in it. If you see my Instagram, I'm naked, so I can't really talk. So
you know what I'm saying? So she, but it's just like that. Both of them going down the wrong path. What you say, Kojo?
What?
Kojo.
Who's next?
Yeah, who's next? Because Kojo is being a bad boy. Y'all, Sean's birthday. Get Kojo.
I'll go. I just have something really quick to say. The spirit of Denise, okay, is strong. All up and through. All right. It's very alive and present. She is given, I am teetering. She's teetering on the edge. Okay. Take that how you will. But homegirl she could easily go over. You know what I'm saying? To the dark side, to the distorted reality side. Okay. So he needs to watch out. Okay. She's a beautiful woman. She seems fun, but it's like, I remember their first conversation being like 90% fun, 10%. I'm just going to give you a peek of my crazy. I feel like they're at like, 45, 55% now. It's getting more potent with the possessiveness. Like the possessive chatter is becoming more of the conversation that we see on camera. And it's like, she's getting comfortable because apparently they're talking more. So it's like, she's getting comfortable showing more of the fact that she's not playing when she says like, you're my man now and we together. So you can talk to these other girls. See how she pretends to be dating other guys? Like it's constantly a double date. She's pretending like she has any interest in talking to that person and she doesn't. It's like she's just watching him. She's just making sure all of his on-screen dates, she's there to chaperone. It's weird. So yeah, she better watch it. She better battle that spirit.
I'm with you. I'm hearing you. Jay, thanks, Layla. Love that. What's your thoughts?
Let's start off with Cornelius. Okay. Brother, subtle hints. So if you are still scoping out to see what's going on with Corey, don't make it obvious that your date knows enough to ask for it. At first, I was like, Camille, you hitting him with the questions again on Courtney. But when I look back at it, you over there looking the whole time. You're not even engaged with your partner. So you got to make it subtle. Even if you're getting that little jealousy bug creeping in, don't let her know, the person that you with know. Because then that's where the problems come in. And look, on the flip side of that, it did let you see how she is. It did let you see how Camille is, if she's going to sit there and speak on it or not. And definitely sis is going to speak on it because she's claiming you in front of everybody in the confessionals, everywhere she goes. She done wrote your name 1,000 times in standards with her last name, your last name as hers. So it's just like, oh my gosh, chill out, ma. You guys got to stop with the jealousy thing on these dates. It's a game show. You're meant to date other people. So stop worried about your other dates. Worry about the date that's in front of you. Do appreciate the conversation. When they actually got to sit down, because then he was back focused. She was, of course, probing him for the things that she needed to know. So we're going to jump over to Camille. Sis, you're too strong with a lot of stuff, okay? Like, I know you trying to lock this brother in, but it is a dating show. This is only date like number 3. You coming in hot and heavy with, why are you looking at her? What's your finances looking like? Then you getting hot and bothered when he telling you everything is right. You know what I'm saying? Moisture is just filling up the room in your pants because he's sitting here saying these pockets is nice. And that does not mean because his pockets are nice, he's going to take care of you. Let's work to get there. Okay? His pockets are nice for him. you might want to get your pockets nice for him as well. Because nice pockets, sometimes some men want a chick that got her stuff together and he don't have to fix up. It's different for women. We kind of will work with a fixer-upper if we see the potential in them. But men, they don't necessarily want a fixer-upper. So you need to come correct. You're already such age or whatever, and I'm not going to harp on that because we the same age, sis, or whatnot. But you done turned down 3 men already. And some, for whatever reason, they weren't good enough for you. So you're almost coming off at this point as a jealous gold digger. Not going to work in your favor at all. You're beautiful. You got some kind of education to you. Use that to your advantage. And stop playing the game against Camille, or at this point against the devil, which is sex. Stop trying, because last week you had a whole problem with that conversation. Now this week you want to expose a man on TV about your private conversations? Just admire the fact that he's giving you somebody in private. You know, let that be between y'all. Don't let everybody in this world know that you seeing his chest and whatever else he's showing you. That's a safe space between y'all. But because that jealousy is out there, you're going to sit here and let everybody know what's going on in your bedroom. Not a good look, because some people don't care what's going on in your bedroom. They just want to hear about it and find their way up in your bedroom. So be careful on that one too. But, you know, I'm just going to say, moving forward, tone it down a little bit and go find you some more options. Don't put it all in Cornelius, because the day that he changes his mind, you don't have no backup plan. You off this show, period. So hopefully she get it together later on.
I hear that. I hear that. Gathering the saints. We love that. Gathering the saints. Bare chested out here. See, wait, what you saying?
Yeah, I'm just not convinced that Cornelius really wants Camille like that. I feel like he likes her, but I think there's something that's giving him a pause. But he's saying that she's his number one because it's kind of like he doesn't have that type of connection and dates yet with Courtney. But all he was doing the entire time that he was at the roller rink was looking over at what Corey was doing and what Courtney was doing. That's literally the, except for like a brief moment. So I mean, I think time will show, but I don't think he's super comfortable with Camille, and I don't blame him. I think her whole backstory and all these engagements is definitely weird. I definitely think you asking about someone's finances when you have all this, you know, debt, even though there's nothing wrong with student loan debt. Hell, I don't even think you should honestly pay it off if you don't have to. It's probably the best loan you're gonna get. So I'm not judging her for that, but it's like if you come out the gate talking about finances, you better have your mirrorless situation going on. You better make sure you have everything lined up. You need to be on mirrorless time. Otherwise, I would just kind of leave that alone. And it's kind of off-putting on your like second date to be asking people about credit scores, finances, and stuff like that. It's just kind of a very invasive forward. I will use like kind of conversation, but yeah, in general, Camille still scares me. I think she should scare him. She's beautiful. She's giving like Kenya Moore vibes. I think she's absolutely stunning, but she's definitely going to be a problem if she keeps up her kind of demeanor. And I think he low-key wants Courtney like everybody else, but he knows that Courtney is going to be a higher hill. So he's kind of like laying back in the cut. And I also agree that it's weird that she kind of put out on blast about their FaceTime conversations. And I agree. I don't know why the hell he has his shirt off on FaceTime. Yeah, he's saved, sanctified as well. I don't know what he's trying to do. He seems confused in his journey, in his walk. His walk has a limp to it. I don't know what's going on with Cornelius in this walk with Christ, but we're going to pray for him. But that's it on them.
I hear you on that, see where I hear you on that big time. I hear you on that. Shut off, shut on. Laugh of Bodge, what are you saying?
Okay, you know what? I'm not actually mad at Cornelius. I think what did Donnie McClurkin say? He said, "We fall down, but we get up." You know, for a saint, it's just a sinner. who falls down but gets up. So I'm not mad at him. I think you know, the body indifferent, isn't it? So you know, he's a bit caught up there. He's got two women there, both catch his attention. So I'm not surprised. I do think he's realizing what he's dealing with. I think he's just trying to be nice. I think he's interested, but I think his interest is going to fade soon. And I think he's just going to try and be nice. And then we're probably going to look at him and think, oh, he's an F-boy. But I think he's caught up in a situation where there's no escaping. At this point, she's closed in. Black Widow's closed in. And no matter how this ends, it's going to be sad. And I think probably the worst part about it is that he knows that he's probably the only guy keeping her in within the next couple of weeks, because I think the guys were just respecting the fact that they know that they have a connection. So no guys, they're probably going to keep her in. But the moment he says, you know what, I'm done, she's going home. And I think that's what we got to watch out for. I think obviously you guys have kind of mentioned all the sort of like little points about, you know, him having shelf. I don't have a problem with it. You know, sometimes I do pray for some of my sisters in the Lord, you know, over the phone, praying in tongues. It gets a bit hot, you know. Sometimes you gotta take off your shirt, bro. You know what I mean, Culture? You know what I mean? So I don't think that's too much of a problem. I think they were just talking. This is just a conversation, whatever. I find it weird that she pointed out it seemed very intentional to almost like kind of put it out there that we are intimate, we are really connecting. I think she wanted the canvas to know, she wanted him to know, look, like we're on a level, so don't be out here playing. I think that's kind of where she was going with that. So it was very intentional. And then I saw some of the clips on Owen's YouTube channel, and yeah, she's gonna go off next week. So I think Crazy is gonna come out for sure. Possessiveness is gonna come out for sure. So yeah, I think with those two, it is what it is. I don't actually understand how they've developed this connection that she's become so possessive. I think maybe the nighttime conversations must be really good, because I don't see how she's got to that point. I don't understand why she hasn't really tried to talk to any of the other men. I expected her to have more suitors, but hey, you know. And then I think with Cornelius, I think he's interested in both women. I think this is just what happens, right? When you have your eyes on more than one woman, this is what's going to happen. You're always going to kind of be checking at the periphery of your eye to make sure that nothing you're doing on this side is affecting what's happening on the other side. I know you did a video about jealousy. I didn't really see it as that. I just saw it as he was looking. They were having fun. He had to sit down with her because they were skating, in it. She couldn't really skate. He would prefer to have been skating. He kind of had to sit down. I think he was kind of like, why are we still having these type of conversations? And then it didn't help that she started talking about finances that she doesn't have, and things that she doesn't have, and she was asking him to take off her checklist, which was weird. It sounded very it was weird. It was a weird way to approach a conversation about finances when your finances aren't in order. So yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic. I think it's all going to end in tears next week, or if not the week after, when the men are sending the women home again. But yeah, that's it for me.
Cheers, brother. Bosh, appreciate that. You know, sometimes it gets hot while you're speaking in tongues. I hear you, bro. It's tongues of fire. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're feeling it. You have to take your top off. I understand. Araba, what's your thoughts?
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys remember, but I think Camille in the beginning said she was a drama teacher or a performing arts teacher or something of the sort. And so I don't know if that's why she's just so extra and over the top. I don't know if it has to do with, I don't know if any of it has to do with her profession, but she's so scary. I don't think she's crazy. She kind of just scares me. Like the constant twitching and the possessiveness. It's just very like girl, like you barely know this man. You don't know this man enough. And I don't know. I haven't seen her form any connections with anyone else. So I wonder what it is about Cornelius that has her like hooking her fangs into his neck. But it's just not you putting up this picture, child. Okay. I mean, he's attracted to somebody. You know, he's not my type, but he's attracted to somebody. Clearly attracted to Camille. But yeah, I wish she would just kind of like. And someone said in the comments, I don't know if I believe her story about getting proposed to 3 times because, and I'm gonna bring up the drama teacher in her again. I don't know if that had anything to do with her saying that story, but it's like she's really over the top to where it's scary. It's really scary. And so yeah, I don't know if Cornelius is genuinely feeling her, but I couldn't handle that personally if I was. She's bad. She's beautiful. Beautiful body, beautiful face, but something is not clicking. Something is just, she's gorgeous, but something up there is not right. And Cornelius, just like Seaway said, Cornelius is confused. He doesn't know which way he wants to go. He doesn't know if he wants to go left or right, because if you say that you're on this celibacy journey and you're, you know, on this path with God or whatever, it's like, you honestly shouldn't be entertaining Courtney, in my opinion, because Courtney wants you to drop your drawers. So that relationship should not really, he shouldn't really focus his time and effort on that relationship. And then Camille, she's just not a good match for you. He's very reserved, he's very laid back, and just, you know, goes with the flow. And Camille is the complete opposite. So I feel like Cornelius should be going after people like Mumin or Sabrina, people who are more so laid back, chill, and kind of just like they seem like they're, you know, on a similar path. So Cornelius seems confused, and Camille is just over the top, dramatic, to where it's scary. But yeah, that's just my opinion on everything.
Cheers, Rob. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. Just listen. You know, Camille. I think you already know she's too possessive. She's way too invested too soon. She's boxing the guy in, and she's boxing herself in actually, really as well. But this is actually part of the Black Widow stuff that she's talking about. This is how she gets you. She's gonna love bomb you, okay? She's gonna make you feel like you are the most amazing person in the world, and then she's gonna pull out, okay? Better than most men can. All right. So she's gonna be out and she's gonna leave you alone. And then you're gonna be wondering what the heck happened. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think Cornelius has clocked it. It's just not that. I think it can ruin your whole game. And this whole game show, it can, having Camille there, she can break your game into pieces. Like, do you know what I mean? If you give it a chance. So, you know, I think he needs to tread with caution. Got to be very, very careful how he does things. I think he just got to be really honest with her, because I think any hint of a half lie, omitting information, being economic with the truth, she's gonna use that against you, bro, and it's not gonna be pretty. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, nah, man, I'm hearing what you guys are saying. You know, I'm hearing what everyone's saying in that respect. I get it. You know, yeah, man, it's tight. It's tight. You know, but I think he should. I think he should just pursue Courtney. I mean, it's not the right. I don't think he should pursue it really. But I mean, in terms of the game show, I think he should pursue Courtney. And do you know what he did at the boardroom with the boys? Okay, this is when I knew. I said, Cornelius, you're starting to feel a bit of pressure. The guy intentionally said, because he knew now Corey's now talking to Courtney, he now intentionally said, "Oh, Courtney done messaged me and told me, obviously, I need to make a decision. You know, and the ball's in my court." I said, bro, if you are not trying to big up yourself in this place by telling all the guys that she's forcing you to make a decision, I said, bro, you definitely. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm just saying, brother, I said you definitely said that for the benefit of the guys, potentially for Corey as well, because I think he was a little bit stunned by the fact that Corey was meant to run interference, not run into Courtney's arms. You were supposed to run interference. You weren't supposed to run to her arms, bruh. So I think he was just trying to put a little something on Corey and let him know, listen, brother, don't think you're gonna steal what I've worked hard for. No, you're not gonna be about that. But yeah, that was interesting. Who else? Was there any more couples? Was there any more couples that we've missed? Have I missed anybody off the
Frank,
list?
Aisha.
Yeah,
Frank Aisha. Yes, Frank Aisha. I don't think they're the last one now, isn't it? Last couple. Frank Aisha. I think there were couples after that.
You have Moomin and Walter after that, I think.
Oh, that was a good one. I'll leave them to last. Yeah. Frank and Aisha. What was your thoughts on Frank and Aisha? Because they had a little bit of it seems like they had a good conversation. Seems like they had a good talk. I'm kind of feeling the energy, but I don't know. What's your guys' thoughts? What are you saying, Q?
He put on his grown man, so he was like kind of clear. I really like when I first saw him because he was in the field of the bartending and all that stuff. That's like a hard field, to deal with that type of man, and not that he might go that be cheating on you or whatever, but it's just women throwing their panties at him. So with that being said, I was kind of like worried about him in the beginning, but I like how he was direct and clear and concise. That he came in and was like, let me just break this down for you. Okay, if you didn't know, I was interested in you just because there's a lot of people around. You were, one of the first ones. So I like how he just came to her and he actually listened. So he was, telling her that about her kids, he knew how old her kids was. And that's, I guess, to me, that's memorable because I know guys that have said they're interested in me, but they don't know nothing. Like, what's the name of my book? I don't know. Well, you're not interested in me because it's all on my IG. So with that was like a little +1 for him. And it was cute to me. That is fresh and it's new. She said he gave her butterflies. That's made up. But it was kind of cute that they both were feeling each other. So the chemistry was strong. I like her. I like Aisha because I just like her from last week when she did the breakdown about her, taking care and doing the work. So I'm just gonna watch out for them. I just like Frank on another level now because he was direct. So that's all I have to say about them. I just like how he was direct and how they was just open.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Kia. Anyone else who wants to jump in, especially when Frank was making all these bold statements about Aisha? What was your guys' thoughts?
Can I? Oh, go ahead. I just want to say, and this is the only thing I'm going to say about these two, the highlight of this show was Frank shaking that drink. Like, I love that. I love the way he was shaking that drink. It was hilarious and the most interesting thing that happened on this whole entire show. Okay, I'm done.
It was so funny, Araba. It was so funny.
Like, why did he?
I was like, is he joking? Is that a joke?
Is that not how you shake drinks?
No, it was so weird. It was so extra.
Oh, was it? Oh, I don't know. I don't frequent these places.
What I was gonna say is, they seem like their energy. They seem like they have been together for like a year. Like they were really comfortable together. They were really touchy feely. It was really cute energy. The positive optimist in me wants to be like, oh my God, they're on their path of like being together and going off into the sunset because they were really cute. But the discernment that I have, Frank is giving me like either Frank really likes her or Frank is full of crap. I can't figure out which one it is. I want for her sake that he really, really likes her. And that he just like is really invested in her in particular. But he also just comes across like he was at home writing up what he was gonna say. Like it almost felt like he rehearsed that whole speech that he had with her about the ages of her kids and everything. It just felt like very, very rehearsed. And I'm not trying to be negative. Because honestly, they were the most organic vibe couple that we had this episode. So I'm not trying to be negative. I want to be positive. And if he stays solid this whole season with her, then I'll take it back. But something about it just felt very performative. But I did like, because I don't know if we're going to touch on them, when he went to go talk to, I get this girl's name wrong all the time.
Tazia.
Tazia?
To see her. Nice to see her.
I wanted to see how he was going to treat someone who he had less energy with, and I felt like he was also being very like kind of positive with her, which gave him more points in my mind, even though she was like just talking about her business the whole time. But that also could be a bad edit because they like giving people bad edits and they want to give bad edits. Who knows that she was talking about her business the whole conversation, but that's how they edited it. But I liked his energy towards her as well, even though they didn't have the same type of connection. He was really respectful. So I don't know. Frank, they were really cute. They were really touchy. Everyone is very touchy this season. Even them. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a prude, but that was a lot going on in that photo booth. It was a whole lot going on for me personally. But they felt comfortable with it, and if they like it, I love it. This season, people are doing a lot on day 1 and 2 that really should be for like day 5 and 6. But I don't know. But they're cute. They were really cute. I enjoyed seeing them. But we need to look out for Frank. I don't know if we can trust him 100%. The jury's out on him.
I hear you on that. The jury is still out on him. Yeah, he did some bold ass statements about Aisha. So have to watch out to see if he's going to follow through with those particular lines about that. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, I haven't read the chat. Who's next? Who wants to go next? Go. Is that you on it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Let's go, guys.
Good to see you on here, brother.
Not a problem. So here's what I'm saying about Frank.
Hold on.
This boy's gonna get his kidneys cut in 3 weeks. Like, I don't know if it's the bartender, him being extra social at his work thing, but no one told him to cut it on this thick. And I guess when week 2 or 2 days, she's telling Aisha everything she wants to hear, and those type of women, they want honesty 100%. Aisha's been one of the most honest people on this show that I've seen this season or the past couple seasons. The minute Frank messes up, he's gonna come at his kidneys and take them out. I'm giving him 3 weeks because guys always mess up like this. I've messed up like this. I'm just like I'm seeing this, the play-by-play coming from beginning to the end. I'm just telling you right now, Frank just set himself up for failure. Now, Aisha, I think again, she's putting her heart and her trust on her sleeve, and she's showing that out full blatant. I believe she's been the most upfront people on this show. Besides Tyrone, she's ready to date and she's ready to look for a life partner. I don't think it's here, but she's giving all these guys a chance. The key thing is, it comes back to wasting people's time. Frank is going to waste this girl's time. I'm just sorry to say it.
Hey, Onu came in strong. I appreciate you, man. Came in strong. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Go for it.
I think you may have some PTSD from some women like Aisha, man. Because I see what you mean. She gives off that sort of vibe of, you know what I mean, that I guess she's a lover, she likes love, but she has that sort of hard side, that hood chick type of vibe. And I know, Kojo, if you've ever experienced that, where they share a lot quite early, very open, and obviously loyalty is a big thing for them, and they expect a certain type of loyalty back, and they give a lot. But come that day, if you ever mess up, but it could be trouble for you. Something she could do. She could key your car. She could do. You know what I'm saying, burn some of your clothes. It could be something mad. She gives that sort of vibe, and I think the previews haven't helped, because there's a sort of a preview of her, at least 2 scenes where she it looks like she's ready to. She's like animated. She gets off her feet, and it seems like she's ready to fight someone, or she's quite emotional. I don't think it's actually probably even a guy. It may just be another woman. But that's the sort of, I guess, how they've kind of shown her, and that's the perception it's looking like. And I think when you lay it on quite thick, like Frank did, you need to live up to expectations for someone like that, because you've basically said, I want to be all of this for you. But then again, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I'm still getting to know you. I want to be all of this for you, from what I see so far. But it doesn't mean this relationship's going to work out. I wouldn't take it as this means that our relationship's going to work out. We still need to get to know each other. Do you know what I mean? Am I actually the right person for you? She still need to figure it out. But I've seen there's just certain things by that give off that vibe that she's gonna take it. Your word is your word, isn't it? You know what I mean? And if you don't live up to that, then it's all on you. Do you know what I mean? But you know, she may surprise us. She may have a different level of growth on the show, and we could just be being harsh on her. But I get the vibe, you know. I get the certain type of vibe, ride or die. It's a lot of die at me, kind of thing. But yeah, that's the kind of vibe I get from her.
So
Frankly, go for it.
Michael Budge and Dr. O, I'm about to jump on y'all. So I have some good tendencies, but I think she's done the work. So again, when you've done the work, I can still get good if I want to, but I choose not to because I got too much to lose and it's not worth it. So I think she's done the work because again, she's been a counselor. I've been to counseling. I've been to therapy. So I know what the triggers are. So like I said, I think she knows how to cut her losses real quick because she knows she's confident in who she is. Because she, you know, basically it doesn't come off cocky. It's kind of like you can tell she's, you know, been doing the work. So again, she has those 2 children, you know, made it through the divorce or whatever. So once you go through a divorce, your whole mindset change. You be like, listen, you can take the pots, the couch, everything. Once you get through something like that, them Frank ain't gonna even phase you. Like nobody phases me at this point in life. So I think she's done the work. So I don't think she's gonna cut nobody kidney. I think it's easier to cut people off once you've been through a traumatic something like that. So again, yeah, she might be a little hood, you know, that's why I hood bougie. But I don't bother nobody because I'm not trying to lose nothing up in these streets. So she's not trying to mess up. Her kids depend on her. She got a salon. She got too much going on.
Right.
Can I respond?
Can I respond to Kia?
Sure.
Remember last week when Aisha was talking to Carrington, and how Carrington couldn't put a sentence together back why he wanted to be dating, and she was able to discern him and kind of throw him to the curb. Go forward to this week. Frank pretty much told her everything she wanted to hear. He put on the scenario lines and pretty much was telling her exactly what to hear. She's falling like putty. She's doing everything she wants to. She's doing. I mean, yes, she's there for the right reasons. But if you tell a woman what she wants to hear, of course, you know you run the risk of her falling fast, which you're seeing right now. And then what is she going to do? She's going to put all her trust into Frank and not the other guys. And then Frank is going to do something stupid. I don't know what it is, but do something stupid. And then we're going to look at him like, why did he do that when after he told everyone this is the person you want to be with? No one told Frank to do that. All Frank had to do is like, I'm interested, I want to get to learn you more. That's not what he did. He put everything into this into the Aisha basket. Almost like we saw Jason do last season. The thing is, like, you know, we see how guys are like at the particular point at 1 week or one phase in the show. We go a couple weeks later doing something entirely else. I got held for the hoodwink last season. I'm not gonna get held for the hoodwink again. And if I know anything about the women in DMV, some women you can't go. If you go across, you're gonna bring out the ugly side. When the ugly side comes out, I mean, I might see you downtown at Howard University ER. I don't know what to tell you. I'm telling Frank right now, like, hey, please don't end up there.
But again, the divorce thing, that's why I took that in consideration also. When you go through a divorce and look how she was with him for her basically whole that 19 to like 31, she basically over a decade or whatever she said. So with that being said, when you go through a divorce, because I went through, you know, that nothing really somebody can do to me really faze me. So it's just like when you do something, I just be almost laughing like whatever. It's once you go through something. So I think because she went through such a traumatic, like Frank is not gonna have her about to cut his kidney because if she didn't cut her husband up, Frank ain't about to get cut up.
Okay.
I love what Anu just said. Okay.
Was it 11? Was it 10:30? 2021 at 11:36 Eastern Standard Time. Gotcha.
He said you have to wait and see. All right, cool. We'll wait and see it. Maybe the time will tell. The time will tell. The time will tell. All right, cool. Yo, the audience have me weeping out here. Some of these comments about the shaking that man was doing with the drink. Oh man. Who hasn't gone yet? Sorry, I lost track because I've been laughing so much. Who hasn't gone yet? Who hasn't talking about Frank and Aisha? Who hasn't spoken about them? See where have you spoken about Frank and Aisha? Okay, has everyone spoken about them? Oh damn! So I've been cracking up so much, I've been not paying attention. That means, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't really have much to say apart from the fact that listen, only thing I got to say to him is, brother, don't be talking, yeah, and making big ass statements the way you did, and not pull through because you were saying some big ass statements. You know the way you were talking about her. Oh, I love your confidence. Oh, I love the fact that you know your mother energy, this and that. And I'm like, okay, I hear you. Let's make sure we're gonna obviously back that up with some action, okay? Because right now we're selling the dream, but I need to see it manifest as well. All right, cool. Let's move on. The audience are killing me, man. Let's move on to the next particular topic. Let's talk about Walter and Mummin. Let's talk about Walter and Mummin. They are the last one. So, Walter and Mummin, what is you guys' thoughts on their very open, honest, frank conversation? It seemed like they really connected as well. Obviously, she kind of mentioned about daddy issues, whatever. That kind of got brushed off a little bit underneath the carpet a little bit. She said she'd healed and done the work. So, but what was your guys' thoughts? Oni, you ready? Yeah, go for it.
All right. Moving. I like her. I like her bio. I like what she is. I'm gonna give her a pass about the Corey whole situation. Like, you know what? I'm gonna pretend like that didn't exist. I really like the date. And I really think Moomin is probably one of the people that I would want to connect with on the show. My issue with Walter is I'm seeing him always talk. They're always going to talk about his ex-wife per se, and all these dates. And I understand we're getting clipped and we're not seeing the whole particular thing. He's a very easy person to talk to. I get that. However, what else does he have to offer besides that sob story? I'm like, at some point, we're going to have to see a lot more. Like, again, I feel like he's a good friend. Is he someone that's going to be a good mate for these people, these contestants? I don't know. I went I think 2 weeks ago, I was like, you know what, I could see him with Sabrina because, again, they're the similar age group. Again, they come a great life experiences. Now I see him interacting with Mumin and Courtney, and again, it's like I could see him with Camille. I was like, I could see that working, not working. Again, I see Walter in another situation. He's almost like Chameleon. In any situation, he kind of fits in. But at the same time, is what is he bringing to the table besides that sob story? It's reminding me a lot of Joel from last season. And then again, when he loses, and he doesn't have the interest of, he's looking at one person and he's going to see how the things turn out. I'm just like, what else is he, like with Joel, what else he's bringing to the table besides, hey, I'm looking for someone to take care of Phil and the need in my life. I think that's what Walter's looking for. I'm not sure that's what Moomin needs. I honestly think Moomin and Cornelius is a better match. I would like to see them how to interact together. But I'm grateful to see an actual date between two people who are actually listening and getting to learn each other. I wish the show would show us a lot more of that moving forward versus situations that are not going to work out or things causing drama.
Hearing you, Anu. Okay, good strong start. We like it. What's your guys' thoughts to this particular situation that Walter is trauma bonding to? I use the word loosely. I don't mean the proper definition of trauma bonding. We're talking in the sense of always telling, I guess, a sad story or telling about a traumatic story that he's gone through to connect with the ladies. Do we think he's doing that as a tactic to try and connect to them, or is that just him being very open and actually him just choosing to be vulnerable with the ladies? What's our thoughts?
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit of both. I think that he has reached a point in, let's say, his growth or his emotional development or just his life generally, where he is comfortable being open and he understands his trauma and, like how it changed him. And so in a way, it's like kind of, you know, you can testify to everybody that you meet kind of way. Like I think that I don't think it's special. So I agree with DeSousa, her comment here, because it's like, he's doing this, but it doesn't mean that he invited you specifically to get to know him in that way. Like, to me, it seems more like he knows how women respond to that. He knows that draws them in. He knows that they become extremely empathetic to him. And now they see him as more of a sympathetic character, and they're going to be more likely to sort of like turn a blind eye or forgive a lot of his nonsense when it comes down the line. But, you know, honestly, so it's like he's found a way to leverage a genuine thing to his advantage, because I believe that he would have this kind of conversation with any man with whom he had a like flowing rapport. You know, it's not like he would he didn't get to this point with Camille because she wasn't at all interested in getting to know him. She was just using him to be like a buffer on that date. But with any of the women who seem earnestly interested in him, he'll bear his soul, because to him, that's not a vulnerability anymore. Like, when you've literally conquered something in your life, it is something that you want to share because you want people to learn from it and grow from it, because you're not weak in that area anymore. Like, that doesn't hurt me anymore to talk about it. So it's just like, but I think he knows that they think that it makes them special, and he's still doing it anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, without context, like, he's drawing them in. The timeline is sketchy to me. You know, Joelle also came on the show with a story about like, it's so crazy how they keep casting like the exact same stories. But yeah, like when his wife passed tragically, however long ago, it seemed like, I don't remember the exact number of years. It seemed like a very, very, very long time ago. And I'm not telling anyone how long they should grieve, but he's talking about he wants kids and he wants to be married again. But it's been like almost 2 decades since she died. I mean, maybe he's just now comfortable, but he was talking about like, yeah, I was running the streets after she died. But I was like, oh wait, hold on. But that was like a long time ago. So have you just been running the streets for like 15 plus years? What are we talking? Like, so many people attach their grief to their behavior. And it's like, it's really, I don't know that on like, you know, year 14 and a half of you being out here in these streets, you can still attach that to the fact that your wife passed tragically. Not when you out here super comfortable with your daddy issues, you're self-actualizing enough to even send him a 6-page letter. Like, that was so brave. I just don't know. I agree with the player with depth conversation. He's a player with a story, you know. A lot of things can be true at the same time.
True indeed. 6-page letters. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm hearing that. Good perspective as well. A different perspective. I'm hearing that. Anyone else want to share their perspective on? Go for it, Jay.
A player with a depth indeed, but you also have to be careful of that, because some people use the sympathy card to pull you in a lot of times, and some of us get into toxic relationships because of that, because they can come off as they are healed and might not just be. Now, I'm not saying the brother's not healed. He hasn't had his time, but this is the 3rd time that we heard him speak of some type of tragic situation that happened in his life. So outside of this, we really don't know who Walter is other than tragic incidents. We have his mother, his wife, and now his dad. That's 3 different dates, 3 different people, and everybody got a sad story. So you got to kind of watch that as a cycle. If it was just one person and we got the story, even if we got all 3 stories from that one person because the conversation just went there, I can see it being a little bit more, okay, we're just having an open moment. We in safe spaces, we're bonding. But 3 different tragic stories over this time, and this is all you have. It could be bad editing. Could be editing, playing him up to be, you know, trauma bonding. I don't know. He seems like a good guy, but to keep going with these type of stories every time with different women, it's just the same as Corey with the copy and paste of how we doing. So you got a guy that's potentially good and a guy that's just outright bad. they're doing the same thing. So like I said, we got to be careful. Do appreciate the conversation because he has a way of opening women up to talk to them and get them to, you know, reveal deeper sides of themselves and see how they're dealing with the process. So this could be a good vetting system for himself to see just how healed the person is. I'll have to wait till a second date really to kind of judge him on where his angles are with these situations. If we keep going down the trauma thing, it just sounds like you're trying to make good friends that you can heal with together. But if we start getting some more depth on Corey as a second dates, third dates go, I mean, not Corey, excuse me, Walter as the dates continue, then maybe we could say he's really trying to find somebody that is a good partner, a good match for him. But right now, the jury's up in the air. That's kind of red flags for me, though. It's just like 3 dates as an audience, and all I got is trauma from you. I don't know.
Hearing you loud and clear. Hearing you loud and clear. Okay. Who hasn't spoken about Walter? Seaway and okay, Seaway and then Key.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree. I think the trauma, the stories is giving a red flag. I just didn't feel them as a unit anyway. Even in his trauma bonding aside, I wasn't particularly feeling they were like in the rose garden, right, guys? They were walking through the flowers. I think that was them. Yeah, it wasn't giving. And it also was kind of weird that right after he shares that story, she's like, oh, I feel like I have to share a sob story too. And it was just kind of weird that she felt pressured to share like a story because he shared it. And I don't know if that kind of goes into the fact that maybe it was too early, or maybe, you know, by him sharing all that, it kind of put her in a weird position where she felt like she needed to share. Because when she opened up about having daddy issues and then she turned around and called him Zaddy, that made me feel like really uncomfortable. I'm like, you just openly said that you have daddy issues and you like older men, and then you turn around and call that man Zaddy. I'm like, what was the point of that? Like, you're saying you have an issue and you fed right into it. And he was all for that Zaddy. And I was like, this makes me feel uncomfortable. But yeah, I mean, he's just kind of a red flag in general. I personally would be running away from a man at 46 talking about he want to have kids for me, because I want to know what you've been doing for the last 15 years. Like, if you tell me you were with a woman for a long time and she couldn't have kids and you didn't want to leave her, okay, that explains for your time. But I'm going to need you to account for your time for why at 46 you're talking about you want to have kids. That's just a no. And he's going to have to be dating women that are at least 10 years, 5-10 years younger than him for that even to work. So I don't know. It's just a red flag for me. And the Zaddy, calling him Zaddy after you say that, you're looking for a dad figure in your life was weird. I'm like, what type of relationship are y'all going to have if this works out? So no, I'm not really a fan.
I hear you 100%. Kia.
So the whole Walter thing is like that depressing movie. Like, every time he opens his mouth, it's just like one of those, like, it's like depressing. And then, like, it's just like at 46, like, I've been through some stuff, but I don't just go around advertising, because who wants to just keep talking about stuff that happened? Like, oh, my mama did some garbage stuff to me, my daddy did some garbage stuff to me, but I don't just open up. So, like, so everybody doesn't deserve to hear your testimony. So it's just like, when the situation come up and you're just like, okay, when that opportunity presents itself and you feel the spirit led to say something, but it's like he's telling everybody this sad story. And I'm like, bruh, like, even, I think it was later that said, there's no time period on grieving, but just like you just going around with this story, that's what it's coming off as, like another Joel. So with that being said, I'm the vibe I'm getting from Walter, because again, he said he'd been getting it in, and at that lunch, he was like, oh, he had to have sex. So he out here spreading his, little stuff around. But what I get is what a tangled web we weave. So he's weaving these women in because a lot of women want to fix a man or they want to be that savior. I got caught up in one of those webs where, the guy looked me in the face and told me everything that was wrong. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's sharing this with me. We just had an intimate moment. So women need to be careful of when a guy is telling you these things and then you want to be his soft spot, because normally likely you're not going to be that soft spot. He need a real counselor and, sit down on that couch. But a lot of times women do get in that trap that we want to fix a man or be that his soft spot. So whatever her name was, she needed to just be careful, because you, like I said, you sharing your vulnerable space and now you feel like, y'all connecting, and you said that trauma bonding. Yeah. So Walter, he's 46. Ain't no way you walking around telling all these stories all day. Because again, I don't, unless I'm promoting and I'm talking about it, but I don't talk about all that stuff that be going on in my life. So Walter, he's doing too much.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Do you know what? I never saw it from that perspective, but now you ladies have kind of said it. I'm open to what you guys are saying, that, he potentially could be using that vulnerability as a way to draw someone else in. Do you know what I mean? I thought it was a good moment. I thought he was sharing some intimate things, but I'm taking into account that, he has shared some deep stuff previously as well. But, I actually thought it was a good moment that they both got vulnerable, but now I'm seeing it from your perspective. I'm also hearing your perspective, and I'm kind of maybe potentially not seeing it the way I've been seeing it. I was thinking, he's being vulnerable, he's sharing himself, and she's also replying to that, which I think does happen, but I think you have to also be open that it could be calculated moves he's making. It's not just him being vulnerable for building a relationship. So I'm open to that as well. I'm open to hearing that viewpoint as well.
And you remember he said he's from the streets, Kojo.
Yeah, he did. And to the streets he will return.
But yeah, to Seaway's point, it's how he responded to being called Zaddy. Like that was like, you liked it a little too much. And y'all were just discussing it just wasn't all the way right. You know what I mean? It just wasn't all the way right. It was very, very side-eyeable. And it in and of itself, it didn't mean anything. But just in the context of that conversation and just kind of in the context of like how he's very smooth. I understand it. Do you know what I mean? Like I get it completely. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm buying it all the way.
Sean. Oh, Life Watch, you want to say something? Go for a Life Watch.
Yeah. I definitely think with Walter, it's a good play for a show like this. I think, and I think I could relate to how he's approaching it. I think oftentimes, especially when you maybe talk to you talk to women, you find women maybe looking for some level of vulnerability, and I think he's the type of person he's able to offer it, but he's able to offer it with also some sort of resolution that says that I'm over it, I've dealt with this, I'm past this, I've moved on from this. It's that element of growth, showing that I guess he's the finished article, the full package that I guess some of the women that probably are on the show will say they're looking for. So I think that and him being a good orator, him being on the show, it makes it very appealing. That, oh wow, and you know what I mean, and when you do that, and I think we've all done it, like sort of thing where you're just kind of being a bit vulnerable, but you're kind of sharing a story, whether it's true or not, and you find you're able to get the woman's attention. And I think what we saw from Monem was that she was literally, he had her attention. She was sort of sitting there, she was taking it in. So I mean, she was touched, and then she went on to share her own. Did she share first or did he share first? One of the two. But and then obviously revealed daddy issues. It was like light bulb moment. Do you know what I mean? And I think even though she said that she is past that she's now moved on, she's kind of realized where she went wrong. I was sat there, I was thinking like, why are you here? Why are you on this date? Why are you on this date with? I know they're only 10 years, but she carries a very young energy. She's older than me, but 36 and looked more like a 28. It carried that sort of energy, and that was the kind of vibe I got from her, was that she carries like daughter energy. She was very happy to be sort of under his attention and something like that. And then at the end, she jumped on his back to carry her. which I just thought was weird. Do you know what I mean? And I think, just the 10-year age gap doesn't really help in terms of perception, but she seemed very much like captivating. And I guess the date with Corey doesn't help because she looked quite naive on that date as well. So I don't know, man. It just looks like a weird mix. I don't think she's probably as over. I think she has a type, and that's probably more her type. Guys that are older than her, probably in their 40s. So yeah, I think with them, I don't think there's anything there. I think they'll just probably hang around each other a bit. He's probably gonna go with Sabrina more so. But yeah, I think they are the two people that I guess connected based on trauma. I think his is more a play. Hers is, I guess, who she is, even though she tried to put a spin on it. But yeah, that's it for me.
Appreciate that, Bodge. Good points there as well. Appreciate that, Bodge. Okay. Sean, you're the last person on this Walter moment. I think I've asked everybody. So, what's your thoughts on Walter moment?
Sure. So I think so much of what everyone else said covered my thoughts around them. It too was brought to my attention. I think Jay mentioned it. We were talking yesterday. She mentioned about the whole him bringing another story of a sad, traumatic situation into a scenario. So it just had me questioning it because I didn't think anything about it. And I think that's the one thing perhaps about Walter that could be deceiving. It's like, it's not, like he's not a Corey where his moves are, you can see him coming a mile away. So it could be a play. I don't know. But I think it's starting to be too much, too soon, too fast in terms of what we share. But listen, how people have conversations is how they have conversations, as long as there's no manipulation involved. I think, let's see what he, what he has to show. But I don't understand Moomin. Like, is she looking to settle down, or because she just, for me, it seems like everybody gets a chance to kind of win her over, whether it was Corey with that whole stupid, let's pretend like we're going to ride a horse on a log, or now, she jumped on his back in the rose garden and she was so easily mystified when he started naming roses. But, again, at least he was honest in saying he just read the sign. So I was like, okay, cool. Maybe he's just, he's just that kind of brother. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, she seems to me like, she's like kind of fly by night. Like, okay, I like you. Okay, I like you. Okay, you're nice. You're nice. I don't know if she's like intentional in terms of what she's looking for. And maybe that's why she struggled a bit to get what she's looking for, because she seems like a nice woman. Obviously, she's very attractive. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the thing that's getting in her way of getting the relationship outcomes that she wants. And the same for Walter, because he was married. I guess I misconfused earlier, but I had thought that he had kids already. But I guess with his wife passing, he didn't have kids with her and didn't have kids again after that. So interesting that he's open to have kids, so is it possible? Sure. But it could, depending on how soon it happens, might present itself with some challenges. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, Walter's I think I mentioned this in the very first episode that we did. I said 20 years ago the wife passed, and it's a bit of a long time to now want to get back on a dating game. Do you know what I mean? Whereas when you were playing around beforehand, and when in between that time, like I said, he was kind of moving a bit mad in between that time where his wife passed, and obviously now. But yeah, I don't know. With Walter, I actually thought, like I said, I thought they were having a good conversation again. Thought they were connecting, but now I can start to see a little bit of maybe there's a potential. The second reason as to why he's sharing these vulnerable stories, as the competition goes on and as he talks to different women. So I mean, woman too. I did pick up on the daddy issue. I said the daddy issue thing. I don't know if she's fully healed from that. So I think that's going to be a very interesting kind of progression in the next few weeks to see where they go to. I'm not sure I'm not sure if she's fully healed from that. I think part of her maybe still, like you were saying, Sean, as well. The doors always seemingly open for people who are just nice. This is why she gives Corey a chance, even though he's not her type, and I don't know, but again, I want to give her a bit of more grace. I want to wait to maybe let's see her maybe next episode. See where she's coming from. See where she lands. Because at the moment, like I said, the conversation wasn't extensive. It was just nice to see that both of them be vulnerable about their past lives, but it wasn't an extensive conversation to pull anything necessary from. But yeah, she did mention about the dad situation. So that's going to be interesting to kind of see how that will play out. And let me just make sure. Okay. All right, cool. Was it any? That was the last of the couples.
So, before Life of Raj left, he wanted you to talk about that Tasia, and her awkward. I think we talked about that though when she was. We told her that her conversation wasn't good, and you kind of touched on it, but I guess he didn't think you touched on it enough.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll get everyone's. I'll get that in everybody's conclusion. So you can add Tasia into your conclusion for the night, because we're about to come up to that 4-hour mark. Let me get everybody's conclusion. Add Tasia into there. Take two minutes or so. Everybody get 2 minutes. Give that in your conclusion as well. And we'll add that there. Do you know what I mean? As for Tasia, anyway, let me not say anything. You know what I mean? If you can't take effective feedback, I don't want to hear your voice, because, you know what I'm saying? If you can't take effective feedback and you don't think nothing's wrong with you, listen, vote her out. Do you know what I mean? Get her out. That's it. Get her out. This is the second week you've been in the bottom, and you don't know how to ask effective questions to get to ask to find out how to do things better. We don't need to talk too much. You're wasting my time here. You're wasting my time here. All right, cool. Let me get everyone's thoughts then. So conclusions. She laughed most says she's cussed, yeah. Kia, what's your thoughts, man?
I mean, sometimes, like I said, just self-eliminate, because I think like after that first episode, she was bothered. Her ego was crushed because, the phone number situation, and then you at the bottom. So again, who said that her numbers wasn't right? I can't remember. They was like, okay, simple mathematics, that sis, you was not gonna. It wasn't working out. You don't even got to be a mathematician. But I just think that she she's over it. I think she just like whatever, just there. And like I said, she could have gave a little bit more positive energy when was it Frank to cigar out. So again, I just think she should just self-eliminate because she's not even interested at this point. She's over the whole process. That's all I gotta say. I'm just interested to see who's at the bottom 3 and our predictions right.
I hear you, Kia. C-Way. Bayeti.
Yeah, my summary is that, I mean, there's some good options on this show this season, but I think that they need to do the work to match with the proper people. Like there's some good people on this show, but some of them aren't connecting. Some of them are linked up with the wrong people. I think they really need to sort that out. And I think if some of the right people actually link up, I think we can actually maybe for once in Ready to Love history have some real couples. I think Frank and was it Aisha? I think they have hope if Frank is not conning us all. I think Cornelius definitely has options. I don't really feel like it's Camille, but he definitely has options. I definitely feel like there's like couples that can be had. I also think that I hope this season people do self-eliminate. I don't think there's anybody there for Sabrina. She should just send herself home and not even go through the process. Tizia, whatever, she's negative, and she should send herself home. Unless she's getting a bad edit, because Ready to Love in particular really is heavy with the editing. So she could be looking like crazy on the show, and then you turn around and you realize it was really just a bad edit. But from what we're seeing, it's not looking good. She should self-eliminate. And there's a few other people that should really self-eliminate because no one's here for them. But overall, it's decent so far. We'll see. when we get down to less couples, so we can really get to know these people. Because right now it feels kind of surface.
Good points. Good points. See where. Layla, what's your summary?
I wasn't here when you guys talked about some of the earlier couples, so I'll just say this. Tyrone got off easy and then did what they always do, cleaned up, just cut up all the loose ends, got rid of old girl so that she couldn't stick around and kind of be a visual reminder that he didn't handle a situation correctly. I think that was Tyrone is probably going to be like a dark horse in this. The eyes look wild to me. The eyes look skittish to me, but he does know what his issues are and he's working on them. So I guess you have to give that a chance. But all in all, like I'm a little bit bored by this season. I'm going to keep watching it because it's good background noise and I can look up and still follow it. It's fun to talk to you guys. But yeah, let's yeah, I don't know. It's like I want to say step it up, but then again, I'm like, nah, because that's how we ended up where we are now with these blueprint characters and this manufactured, drama and creepiness. So I don't even know what to do. Maybe the show has run its course. I mean, I'll still ride it out with them, but maybe it's just run its course and they might need to just come up with a new concept.
Hearing you loud and clear on that concept team. A few changes here and there could make the show freshen up. I think they should try it. Sean, what's your summary? So I couldn't see underneath the thing.
Sure. So I would say starting out with Kerry, I think anybody that's still on the cast and going through the process or any of these shows, don't do a closure meeting. Please, no more closure meetings. If production asks you, please politely say no, because closure meetings never go well. And especially if you don't go into that closure meeting with the right attitude and you go into it defensively, it's a setup for you to get knocked down. So, I really think that could be just right along the lines, especially with Tasia as well, is be open to feedback, especially in environments like this. I think it's great because you have a wide array of people that can give you some honest feedback about some of the things that may be preventing you from getting where you want to be. And I unfortunately see with her, as pretty as she is and seemingly, able to, be, the one that takes care of the home and do all those great things and also be career driven. There's something that's amiss. So either it's a disconnect between her doing what the men that she wants, are looking to do. I think that could be a thing, or her just not going about it the right way. So I just want her to be open, because if she's not open to the process and open to hearing what the guys are saying, then it's only going to keep her in that bottom two again. And if she's in there another week, then it's just going to be problematic. And I really hope she doesn't go into the next week with a vindictive attitude and trying to go after whoever she feels put her in the bottom two, because then that's just only going to put her back on the chopping block the next week. So hopefully she's open and really wants to learn, and we'll see that side of her, because she definitely could go far in this. When it comes to Camille and Cornelius, I just question why he's choosing her, because she's definitely giving me a little bit of tick tick boom boom vibes with how quickly she wants to tell him who should be touching him or police him, and in addition, her just being so comfortable with the fact that she's got student loan debt for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Cornelius is debt free. I would just want us to have a different plan, or have some discussions on what we're going to do with that said debt, so that it doesn't linger on into perpetuity. Just my thoughts. I think Seaway was mentioning Sabrina. She seems like she's a straight shooter. I like her for that, and she says it like it is. But I think the issue she's going to run up against is a good portion of these men want to have children, and I don't know if the ones that don't want kids are ones that she would be interested in. Somebody like a Dante that's got 3 kids and three baby mamas. Maybe he's not looking to have any more kids. Hopefully not, but maybe I don't know. So maybe they might match. We haven't really seen them interact, so I'll be interested to see how she shows up maybe in the next episode. Who else do we have? Like Layla said, when it comes to Tyrone, he seems like a solid brother, but there definitely is some awkwardness there. But seems like the ladies are giving him a shot. But I don't know if Shiloh is really going to ultimately choose him when it gets down to the wire. I don't know if she's going to stick with him. I think right now it's so early on, so she's keeping her options open. But if it's between him and Phil, I don't know if she will go with Tyrone versus Phil. So Corey, I'm sure we beat that dead horse, but that brother needs a master class in sensitivity training, and to keep his hands to himself going forward. I hope that's what we see, and if we don't see it, I hope they eliminate him quickly. I see he's passing out love notes to everybody, like madness this next episode. So I hope that's what finally does him in. If it doesn't, then he's a production plant at this point. If he continues to stick around with his antics, and I think that's everybody I kind of wanted to cover.
Appreciate it, Sean. Thanks for that. I know you weren't here for everyone, so appreciate you sharing your quick thoughts. Anu, just quick thoughts.
All right. I think I'm gonna use my 2 minutes on Cornelius. I don't know if this is the show, or if it's the character, or whatever it is. But I'm just like, I need Cornelius to be him, be his truth. He has all the ammunition to walk away from the Camille situation. Is he going to do it or not? That's the key thing. Like, I just need to see it. I don't know. I think he's in over his head for sure. It's okay. And I think he doesn't know how to deal with the attention. I'm not sure if he's ever been in a situation like this where he has multiple women into him. He needs to grow up really fast, because he's going to put himself in a situation he can't get out of. I'm holding him to higher accountability based on his bio, based on his Christian upbringing, based on the type of person he wants to be with. So we watching him close to see what he has to do. Tyrone, I like his development like over the past couple of weeks. And again, like, I don't know. I'm thinking the show is getting to him about this top 3 business. I would like to see what happens next week. I co-sign pretty much everything Sean has to say about the follow-up meetings after the fact. Someone lets you down. Like, again, I don't think it was needed. The explanation, it really didn't give us insight into exactly why he didn't want to talk to Kerry. However, if you look at the rest of the show, you just could see how Kerry just was a very hard conversationalist. And I kind of think the key to this show right here, you have to be a conversationalist. People like Shiloh succeed because they know how to get other people interested and talk to them. People like Kerry and Tessa, and even Libya, they get sent home because, again, they're unable to connect to other people and have them interested and talk to them. It's just the nature of the show. The nature of the show is to gain connections and pass through the week. If you're not a good conversationalist, it's gonna hurt you in the long run. I think Tesha's probably the next one to go home. My thing is again, it goes back to being conversationalist. Like, we're not looking, when it comes to dating, people don't want to go through the resume, like what your accomplishments are, why you're there, what you're into them, and you can just kind of see. This is like the third season where these guys, when they come to these meetings, they'll tell you exactly straight up why they don't want it, why they don't want to continue to talk to you or date you. And if you're unable to take the feedback or the critique and able to improve, then it's just like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. I'm just watching her shoot herself in the foot. So we'll see how things go. Last but least, Sean, happy birthday, belated birthday. Hopefully hope the day went out well.
Love. Oh my gosh, love one. Yo, my voice was going, blood. My bad, fam. My voice was absolutely getting trashed. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Jay, you have the last word, so you can give out the benediction while you're there as well.
All right. Tactless Tyrone, please, sir, get it together, get your tact in order. If you're going to be coming across honest and stuff, I appreciate that, but you have to have a way of saying it. You have to have some swagger or whatnot about it, and that approach was not the best. Kerry, you blew the assignment. I'm sorry. You were there for one reason only, to find out why he told another woman what it was and not you. All that other stuff you didn't need. You didn't need to go down that road. You should have stayed on course. Sorry. Corey, read the room, my brother. Please, just get it together. Read the room. Walter, we need more from you coming in these next coming weeks, sweetie. Okay. I don't want another sad love song on this radio at all. Okay. Please give me something lovely and lightful about Walter. I don't want no more dead stories about anybody else. Tasia, sweetheart, be open to receive criticism. Some of it is helpful. Okay. It only does you better in the long run. Everybody is not the enemy. And no, all the men are not wrong about you. You're doing something to all those men. You are the common denominator. Cornelius, brother, sleep with one eye open. That's all I can tell you. If you're not going to have discernment at this point right now, because that's obviously not what you're praying for, just sleep with one eye open. The black widow is upon you. Okay. And Camille, my dear, please simmer down. Okay. Turn your fire down, my dove. That's not what we want to do. Your student loans is not the red flag. It is your attitude, my love. Please get it together and just play the game. If you're going to find love, you will find it. Cornelius may not be the one. So you better go ahead and scramble some eggs somewhere else. And that's all I got to say for tonight.
Now, that was a benediction right there. She said, get it together. Get it together. Even the audience were receiving that mic drop there. Yep. No word of a lie. It's a mic drop right there. Okay. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. The benediction was strong tonight. You get me? As it is every night. All right. Listen, audience member, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm shattered. Do you know what it is? Yeah. I did 36 hours no sleep, and it's catching up now. Yeah. It's catching up to me now. So, yeah, when you guys saw me, I wasn't sleeping. I kept on going places. Next time you will sleep in your bed, won't you? Listen, audience, thank you so much for joining us for 4 hours of fun. Listen, it's made me think we need to have probably another I'm going to start doing these Friday deep dives. I need to get back on it because it was hilarious to have that conversation in the midsection with the ladies and Life Abroad. So, audience, thank you so much for joining us. Please make sure as well you guys are subscribing not only to my channel, Kia Simone. You've got your channel going up as well now, right? You got your channel. What's your channel actually called? So they promote your channel. Promote your channel.
Kia Simone, but y'all gotta drop by every Friday night, 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. And we got CMK with Crystal Lynette and Misha Allen. And basically, y'all, we just kick it. We just had girl talk now. Last Friday, go back and watch it. It was a little ratchet because our guest was, she went left, okay? Sometimes you can't control your guests. But I was just sitting there like...
Yeah, when it goes left, yeah.
So I got to learn from Kojo how to... I'm just like, my face was like... But yeah, just make sure y'all stop by for real. It's nothing but good girl talk. Like, we just have real girl talk. We just talk about real things, like how we was talking about the hair, the whatever, girl code. We talk about the X Chronicles. Just go back and watch it. Kia Simone. Just like my name is on the thing. That's all you gotta do is type Kia Simone.
I wish you join the channel as well, guys. All right. Jay, you've also got your channel up as well, so let them know where they can find you as well.
Yeah, we ain't as spicy as Kia over here, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, we get it in. It's another round. So, you know, it's me and Sean. We have deep dive conversations. We also do reviews. And, you know, we're just going to get more contact. And, of course, you'll find me sometimes either with Coach or some other people off the panel. And we'll just be having more conversations on just mental health, all around, and building our community up to be a better sound, you know, personality as a community.
Enough for that, Jay. And Sean, you've also got a channel. You want to let them know what they can find you, brother? He getting some food. Yep, he's getting some food. Guys, you can follow Sean on Sean on Phil. You can follow him at Shiloh and Phil. He's probably relaxing in the back. But you guys can follow him on Shiloh and Phil. He's there. So follow him as well. Subscribe to his channel. I know Black Made Media is also in the chat as well. He's also one of our panelists. Make sure you guys follow his channel as well. You'll recognize him instantly. He's got a deep, deep voice. You know what I'm saying? I know you ladies love his deep voice. Chocolatey, velvety, you know. So yeah. Appreciate
Can I say one more thing too before we go?
Go on. Come on.
Happy birthday, Sean. Happy New Year.
Happy birthday, Sean, baby.
Turn up.
21 again,
Happy
baby.
birthday.
Hurry up and swallow that piece of chicken and come get back online.
Making a little bite in the background. Yeah. Listen, Layla, Seaway, Kia, Jay, Sean, I know you guys, you know, you're with me all the time, and I appreciate you guys checking in for the last 4 hours with the show. Rabo was on here as well. Love for that. Onu, thank you so much as well. Onu, it's good to have you guys back on here, man, you know. And next week we go again. Next Saturday we go again. You know what I'm saying? We'll go again, ready to love. Hopefully, the episode will be a bit more spicy. I don't know what more spicy you guys want, but hopefully it'll be even more spicy for you guys so we can have some more deeper conversations. In the meantime, audience, don't miss us too much. You know what I'm saying? Live your life. Enjoy yourself. Stay locked and stay loaded. We appreciate you guys. We will see you again very soon. Little black book. You know what time it is.